展的大局，另外就是全面推进内地和港澳的互利合作。但是在香港呢，也有一种担忧，就是担心这样的一种做法是否会让香港失去以前自身的这样的一种特色和定位。那另外呢，也有一种担忧，就是说会不会影响到一国两制的落实，甚至是模糊了两制的这样的一种界限？您怎样看？谢谢。
Phoenix TV of Hong Kong. In your government work report this year, Mr. Premier, you said efforts will be made to develop the Guangdong, Hong Kong, Macau Greater Bay Area, and the central government will support Hong Kong and Macau in integrating their own development into overall national development, and will further enhance the mutually beneficial cooperation between the mainland and these two regions. But at the same time, some people in Hong Kong feel somewhat worried whether this will make Hong Kong lose its unique features, whether that will affect the implementation of one country, two systems, or even blur the line between the two systems. How would you respond to that?
我们要建设粤港澳大湾区，成为世界级的大湾区。重要的原因就是三地有各自独特的优势，能够形成互补，否则就谈不上一个可以有世界竞争力的大湾区了。那么，现在这个大湾区的规划纲要正在制定过程当中，会出台实施。特别是对港澳居民到大陆来、到广东来工作生活，在住房、教育、交通诸多方面，逐步享受同等的待遇。我们都愿意和台湾同胞一起共享大陆发展的机遇。
We want to build the Guangdong, Hong Kong, Macau Greater Bay Area into a world-class city cluster with the three places drawing upon each other's unique comparative strengths. Otherwise, this Greater Bay Area would not be able to be competitive internationally. The outline for the development program is being formulated and will be made public for implementation. We will, in this process, gradually introduce the same treatment as mainlanders for residents from Hong Kong and Macau in Guangdong for work or living there in terms of housing, education, transportation, and other aspects. We would also like to share such opportunities with people from Taiwan.
至于说把粤港澳大湾区融入国家发展大局，当然会坚持一国两制、港人治港、澳人治澳、高度自治的方针。我们和其他国家都可以共同发展、互利共赢，何况我们同属一个国家，港澳和大陆又是一国两制，相信会发挥各自更多的优势，形成互补，形成新的增长极。谢谢。
We encourage Hong Kong and Macau to integrate their own development into overall national development. In this process, we will observe the principle of one country, two systems, under which the people of Hong Kong administer Hong Kong, the people of Macau administer Macau, with both regions enjoying a high degree of autonomy. There can be mutually beneficial and common cooperation and common development between different countries, not to mention among the three places which belong to one and the same country under the guidance of one country, two systems principle. We have confidence that these three areas will draw upon each other's comparative strengths and work together in building a new and strong area of growth. Thank you.
记者会时间差不多了，下面请提最后一个问题。
好，最后一个问题。左区第6排靠过道的那位男士。哎，没错。
谢谢主持人。总理你好，中国国际广播电台记者提问。那么我们知道，中国目前已经进入到了老龄化的社会，但是养老供给不足，质量不高，而且还面临着很多人养不起老的这样一个问题。此外，我们也注意到，在中国的某个省份，去年已经出现了养老金被击穿的现象，不少人也在担心，会不会有其他的省份也会步其后尘？那么，请问您这个问题如何应对？中国将怎么解决2亿多人的养老问题？谢谢。
China Radio International. Mr. Premier, the Chinese population is rapidly aging. However, quality and inexpensive old age care is still woefully lacking in this country. It has also been reported last year that a certain Chinese province ran behind its expenses in making pension payouts, raising concerns about whether other provinces will see that problem happen as well. I would like to ask, how should we address this problem, and what will the government do to ensure there will be adequate old age support for the over 200 million senior people in China?
我们已经到吃饭时间了，你问了一个和吃饭相关的问题。这个养老金保证足额发放，按时领取，这是我们必须做到的。的确，有个别省份去年养老金收支收不抵支，我到一些老工业基地去调研，特别是今年下团到这些地方，我首先问的是养老金能不能够及时足额发放。他们呢，之所以有困难，和经济下行压力在当地较大，财政减收有关。他们已经采取像盘活资产、处置国有资产和调整财政支出结构，来保证及时足额发放。当然，中央也给了一定的帮助，中央财政也给了一定的帮助。
Well, we believe that we must ensure that old age pensions will be paid in full and on time. The problem that you described did happen in certain Chinese provinces. And also pension payouts have also been something that is high on my mind when I visit the old industrial bases or in my discussions with the delegates during this year's 2 sessions. The difficulty that some Chinese provinces face are mainly due to the decline in their fiscal revenues in time of economic downturn, but they have taken multiple steps to address the issue, like by putting to better use existing funds, dealing with state-owned assets, or making relevant fiscal arrangements. In this process, the central government has also provided some funding support.
不可否认，可能还会有一些省，养老金总体上出现一些困难，但从全国范围来讲，我们保证养老金按时足额发放是有能力的。去年我们职工养老基金的结余是4万1000多亿，可以说总体上收大于支。我们的养老金战略储备，就是社会保障基金拥有的资金在增加，去年是18000多亿，完全可以保证全国范围内养老金做到我们提的要求。
Well, the balance of our pension funds now stands at 4.1 trillion yuan. We have more revenues than the expenditures. And there is also the 1.8 trillion yuan of social security funds as a strategic reserve. So we will be able to have the ability to ensure that the pension benefits will be paid on time and in full.
当然，我们还要推进这个领域的 改革。像今年我们就采取养老金基金调节制度，中央收取3%，以后可能还会有所提高，以弥补有些省可能会发生的不足。同时呢，我们还会通过划拨国有资产的收益来增加社保基金的总量，不仅使它安全，而且拓展盈利的空间，这些可以说都是保证老有所养的定盘星。大家对未来应该充满信心。为什么？如果我们不能做到这一点，老人辛苦了一辈子还不能老有所养，那后来人都会失去信心。
We will continue to pursue reform to ensure the pension payments. This year, we plan to establish a central system for pension benefits, for pension insurance funds to be used interprovincially. The initial percentage will be set at 3% for each province to contribute 3% from their funds to be used across provinces so as to fill the shortfalls that some provinces may suffer. In addition, we will also use some of the state-owned asset proceeds to replenish the Social Security Fund to make its running safe and also more profitable. These measures will help to deliver adequate old age support to the senior people in China. It would be really disappointing if decades of hard work cannot earn one a decent retirement life. I hope that you will be assured by all these aforementioned efforts by the government and also have confidence in our future.
也不要把老年人都当作负担。这个夕阳红还是一个产业，还有很多老人呢，他们还可以做他们力所能及的事情。当然，这绝不推卸我们必须保证老有所养的责任。
We should never see senior people as a liability. They still have so many things that they can do, and I'm thinking that a retirement life can also offer a tremendous business opportunity and turn out to be an important industry. But by so doing, we will never shirk the government's due responsibility in extending adequate health care, adequate old age support.
刚才主持人说这是最后一个问题了。你问的是民生问题，我刚才想到前面也问了几个民生问题，这点请大家相信。我们说，要以习近平新时代中国特色社会主义思想为指导，很重要的就是要贯彻以人民为中心的思想。人民政府出发点和工作点，落脚点的都是人民政府的工作，出发点和落脚点都是应当保障和改善民生。我们就是要保障基本民生。破除民生痛点，增加优质资源，使它能够惠及更多人民群众。谢谢。
Just now, our moderator said this is going to be the last question. I recall that previously we also addressed several questions related to people's livelihood. Under the guidance of Xi Jinping thought of socialism with Chinese characteristics for a new era, we will continue to put people first. Please rest assured that the efforts made by a people's government boils down to the purpose of serving our people's well-being and improving their lives. We will continue to take strong measures to address their pressing concerns and make more quality resources available to the people to deliver more concrete benefits to the service of our people. Thank you.
好，感谢李克强总理或各位副总理。我也借今天这个机会呢，对各位媒体朋友持续广泛、非常辛苦的报道人大会议表示衷心的感谢，谢谢大家的光临。记者会到此结束，谢谢。
Thank you, Mr. Premier and Vice Premiers. Once again, I want to thank you for your extensive coverage of the two sessions. Thank you for coming today.
That's Chinese Premier Li Keqiang's press briefing, joined by 4 vice premiers at the closing of the 13th NPC first session. He mentioned a lot of topics. He said China will double down on its opening up policy. China will streamline its government, deregulate. He also mentioned on China-Japan relations, the DPRK issue, how to deal.
This is Mei Ping from CGTN Digital Reporting Live in Beijing. I'm now at the Great Hall of the People, which is the venue for China's 2 sessions. And for those of you who are not familiar with China's 2 sessions, it's one of the most important political events of China. It refers to the annual sessions of the National People's Congress, or NPC, and the Chinese People's Political Consultative Conference, or the CPPCC. So today it's March 10th, which is the last day of this year's CPPCC session. And later, in about 15 minutes, the 3rd members' corridor will be held in the press conference hall here. And after that is the closing session of this year's CPPCC. So this year's CPPCC session started on March 4th. And during the past 6 days, the members have submitted their proposals about major political and social issues across the country. And today is the closure for the CPPCC session this year, and tomorrow the NPC session will be concluded. And here I am at the central hall of the Great Hall of the People. And behind me, you can see the doors behind me is the auditorium of the closing session of the CPPCC later. We're not allowed to go inside right now, but maybe you can see through the doors of what it looks like inside. And here I have another thing I want to share with you at the Central Hall. You may have noticed at the beginning of our live streaming is the piano right here. And according to the board, is the biggest piano in the world. It has a length of about 440 centimeters and a width of about 172 centimeters. And the name of the piano is called Xinghai. You can see right here on the piano. And Xinghai, if you translate it directly to English, it says Star Sea, so it's pretty romantic, the name. And the piano is a gift from the Beijing Piano Factory in 1959 as a 10-year anniversary gift to celebrate the founding of the People's Republic of China. So this is something I want to show you at the Central Hall of the Great Hall of the People. And we're now moving to the press conference hall where we'll hold the CPPCC members' corridor later. And we know the CPPCC members, they submit non-binding proposals about important political and social issues of China. And just to give you a number, last year there were over 4,000 proposals submitted by the CPPCC members. But on the other hand, the NPC deputies, they submit motions which are legally binding once adopted. So that's one of the differences between the NPC deputies and CPPCC members about what they do and their roles during the 2 sessions. So the NPC deputies are lawmakers, and meanwhile, the CPPCC members, they are political advisors. So that's the difference you may want to know. And we're now approaching the press conference hall of the CPPCC member corridor. And just to give you a little preview of what is going to happen later. Okay, here we are. It's not started yet, so we can come inside a little bit. So later here at the press conference hall, the third CPPCC members corridor will be held. And during this session, the members will share their ideas and their observations during the past years and to provide proposals, as well as answering questions from the reporter. But this year is actually pretty special because during the COVID-19 pandemic, we cannot have face-to-face interviews with the members or the NPC deputies or the ministers. So in this way, we have a pretty smart solutions for that, which is maybe you can see there are two big screens right here. If we can, the camera can go here a little bit. So here are the reporters. They are not in the press conference hall of the Great Hall of the People, but they are now in the media center in another building in Beijing. So it's a real-time video streaming. And later, the members will stand behind the microphones over there, and they can see the reporters in the media center. So they can have a real-time communication with each other. And this room, as well as the media center, are covered by 5G signal, so which make the real-time communication available. And we can see the members are getting ready to for the corridor later. So just let's move. So this is what it looks like behind the corridor. This is all the technologies. You can see the cameras are ready to film the CPPCC members corridor. And just before we switch to CGTN's special 2 sessions coverage, I'd like to share with you one of the proposals I heard during the 2 sessions is about the revival of Chinese culture. Like one of the CPPCC member mentioned, made a proposal about to restore the fist and palm salute, which is a traditional Chinese way of greeting people. It's something like this. I don't know if you are familiar with this gesture. We don't use it nowadays, but back in the ancient time, like everybody used it, and during special occasions now, like spring festivals, we sometimes use this gesture to greet people. And I interviewed one of the another CPPCC member yesterday about this topic, and he said the revival of traditional Chinese culture shouldn't be just focusing on one thing, like one salute or one clothing, traditional clothing, but all the beautiful and representative aspects of the Chinese culture should be inherited, developed, and refreshed. So I think that's one of the things I'd like to share with you. And we also hear about exciting news at the members' corridor. For example, the expert of space exploration mentioned the latest news of our Tianwen-1 Mars probe, which he says the Mars probe, the probe is now traveling in a speed of about 4.8 kilometers per second, and with indicators normal, and it will land on Mars in May or in June. So that's one of the exciting news we heard from the CPPCC members corridor. And we also hear from technology expert about his proposal on paying more attention to cybersecurity in this digital age, because we know that everything is now going online. We have smart vehicles, we have smart cities. So cybersecurity, I think, it's a focus that will be interested and by the members and all the representatives, as well as our media and, of course, citizens in the next couple of years. And it's almost time for this year's third CPPCC members corridor. And we're going to, at the corridor, the members will share their ideas and their hopes for the future of China. So we are now about to switching to CGTN's special coverage of this year's 2 sessions, and you will be watching the corridor, and after that is the closing session of this year's CPPCC session. Once again, I'm Mei Ping, Stay with us. Thank you for watching.
So we'll bring you live coverage of that, and we'll also live stream on our social media platforms, or you can log on to our app to stay updated. Well, the CPPCC members' corridor press event is expected to start shortly, and journalists can speak directly to our political advisors. So our reporter Su Yiting is now there and has more information.
I'm now standing inside the Great Hall of the People. The third CPPCC member corridor will be held here very soon. And today, 8 political advisors are expected to take the microphones behind me and answer questions from the media. In the previous 15 CPPCC members had met the press via video link, and reporters have raised questions covering a wide range of topics, from agricultural development and food security to poverty eradication and technological innovation. And the last CPPCC member corridor is particularly important as it comes ahead of today's closing session of the top political advisory body. I've spoken to members who attend today's corridor. They represent people from all walks of life, from high-level officials to grassroots representatives, from those working in the financial sector to rural areas. Some are from the ethnic minority communities in Tibet and Xinjiang, and others are from Hong Kong and Macau. There are lots of questions media could ask. What policies will China in the economic and financial sector to secure high-quality growth? What's the significance in improving Hong Kong's electoral system and upholding the principle of patriots governing Hong Kong? What will be the guidelines of the country's development over the next 5 years, and what will it mean for ordinary people? The members' corridor is a way for political advisors to communicate directly with the public, and the media say it makes the 2 sessions more open and transparent. Su Yiting, CGTN, reporting from the Great Hall of the People in Beijing.
Yeah, that's a very good question. How transparent will it be in CPPCC and their proposals? And joining me in the studio are Professor Fu Jun from Peking University and Lawrence Brown, Senior Fellow at the Center for China and Globalization. Welcome to our special coverage, gentlemen.
Thank you.
But the Chinese People's Political Consultative Conference, or CPPCC, is closing today, and as a reporter said, the members discussed a lot of hot issues in Chinese society, like economic growth, rural revitalization, public health, improvement in Hong Kong's electoral system, etc., etc. The question is, CPPCC is not like MPC, which is a national legislature. How much do their words or discussions matter, Mr. Fu?
Well, for any decisions, information is so critical. You need to have a reliable information so you can increase the quality of the law. Now, to understand this body of political advisors, we probably have to talk simultaneously with the National People's Congress. They sort of work simultaneously together. And my take of the CPPCC is CPPCC is for information and the process of information, and they make proposals. And hopefully, if the point is very interesting, through consultation with the 2 bodies, that will translate into a bill in the MPC, and hopefully again, if you pass the bill, that become a piece of law. This is the way that the 2 bodies work together. Well, people have compared the CPPCC as the Senate. It's not really the case. It does not have a lawmaking function there. I think political advisors is the word to use here.
Right, and Mr. Fu had a little difficulty in spelling CPPCC. As a foreigner, do you think foreign people have a complete understanding or correct understanding of how Chinese political systems really, or the 2 sessions really work?
No, I don't think so at all, because I think the Western media kind of sticks on an old 1970s, 80s language that it's rubber stamp, and you hear the same thing over and over again. So repetition creates a particular perception. I think what Professor Fu Jun said that's so key is consultative. It is about consensus building, and this is a very Asian cultural perspective on communication and coming to policy agreement over time. It differs very much from the open debate that you might see in Western political systems, where it's particularly based on personality attacks or bipartisan party positioning, where different parties take situations and regardless of what the other side is saying, whether it makes sense or not, you're against it by virtue of the fact that you're another party. It's the whole concept of duality versus a kind of harmonious amalgamation of commonalities and interests and trying to put the common perspective forward rather than differences, which is what the consultative process is really all about.
Right. And this process, I guess, it's open and transparent to people from all walks of life. And as we're talking about this, we're watching live footage from the Great Hall of the People. The Deputy Governor of China's Central Bank is now meeting the press. Actually, this is called Political Advisors Corridor, Members Corridor, really. And this year it goes virtual. So political advisors are actually at Great Hall of the People, and all journalists are at Media Center, another venue not very far from the meeting site of the session. So let's cross live to the scene and take a listen.
谢谢主持人，我是新华社中国新华新闻电视网记者，想提问陈雨露委员。陈委员你好，我们知道融资难、融资贵一直是制约中小微企业健康发展的难点和痛点。在新冠肺炎疫情的冲击下，中小微企业资金紧张问题更加突出，急需协助送看。请问金融监管部门采取了哪些应对措施，来为中小微企业纾困解忧？一些相关的优惠政策在到期之后是否还会延续呢？谢谢。
好，谢谢新华社记者的提问。
Thank you very much for your question. SMEs play a very important part in China's national economy. Their difficulties in financing is a problem that has drawn concern from all walks of the society, and this is also a problem that we have to overcome for China to achieve modernization in a new era. In 2020, the People's Bank of China has followed through the guidance of the CPC Central Committee and the central government, and we focused on policy issues at the central level, and we have established a reloan sum worth of 180 million yuan, and for SMEs, we deferred their payment of loans, and we also issued 4 trillion yuan worth of non-interest loans, and for SMEs on major industrial lines, and we also issued a loan of 2.3 trillion yuan. And these policy measures have helped 32 million small and medium-sized enterprises and different financial institutions, and the financing cost has been dramatically reduced. In the beginning days of the epidemic, there was a great demand of epidemic control-related materials and supplies, and most of these supplies were produced by small and medium-sized enterprises. In Hubei's Xiantao city, there were a lot of mask producers, and they told us that thanks to the preferential loan and credit policies of the POC, and we were able to submit our application and have the application approved on the same day of the application, and so we truly enjoyed this benefit. With the ravaging of the pandemic in Weifang city of Shandong province, and there was an enterprise which manufactures sophisticated medical supplies. And because of the pandemic, it had fewer orders, and plus it has a loan from the bank which is worth of 5 million yuan, which will become mature. And then the entrepreneur wrote a letter asking for help from the local government, and the local bank customized a loan mechanism which helped the enterprise to go through the difficulty and recover its operation. And we had a lot of stories of this kind from last year. But to solve this problem fundamentally, we have to engage in arduous and long-term efforts. What I want to tell you here today is that in 2021, our macroeconomic policies will be sustained in a stable and sustainable manner. All these small and medium-sized enterprises, they will find it easier to benefit from the policies that we issued from last year. Major commercial banks will increase 30% of their total scale of preferential loans. On the basis of guarding against financial risks, we will have a larger proportion of non-mortgaged preferential loans for SMEs, high-tech enterprises and green enterprises, and enterprises engaged in rural revitalization, and the market entities from the rural areas, and they will be receiving special financial support. In the meantime, digital financial industry in China will accelerate, and this will ease the difficulties of SMEs in financing, and they will provide a lot of information support to those SMEs. So on a new journey of development, they will play an even more important role.
Well, gentlemen, that was political advisor Chen Yilu. He's also the vice governor of the People's Bank of China, China's central bank, really. Now, the focus today looks like is on help to SMEs, small and medium-sized businesses and micro businesses to tide through the impacts of the pandemic. It looks like the central authority focuses on credit and loans. Mr. Brown, what do you make of this package of measures?
I think the package is focused on the fact that China has a real economy. If you look at the Chinese economy, about 70% of the GDP would be in the capital market, where in the United States, it's over 300% of the GDP would be allocated in the capital market. So you have a situation where you have real businesses, not just focused on trading commodities and stocks and derivatives, and you have to reboost this. And the way to do it is really through traditional economics, through loans, through the kind of community economics that can actually revitalize people's lives, both in the private sector as well as in the state sector, which will be receiving some of these loans as well. And so I think here you have a very pragmatic, very almost fundamental approach to stable fiscal, financial rebooting of the economy, as opposed to something like launching a 1.9 trillion US dollar package, which is mostly going to end up in the capital market and boosting the stock market anyways, and allowing people to play on that in arbitrage. So I think this is really fundamental to bringing the economy back, creating real jobs for real people and real businesses.
And there is a still big problem, and the Deputy Governor also addressed it, that is the cost for SMEs and micro businesses to get those loans you just mentioned. What are the policy messages you've been getting for this year from his remarks?
Stable growth, stability, not volatility. And I think that is really fundamental. And in this perspective, the Chinese economy in many ways, from a financial perspective, is taking a very, very different approach from the market fundamentalism that's being adopted in the US, where again, it's all about the capital market, it's all about stimulus, and it's all about spending. Actually, this is less about stimulus and more about building an economy that can be real and that can be sustainable and have stable growth rather than rapid growth. This is also a change in the pace of growth. If we look back on the 90s, in the first decade of this century, it was all rapid growth, it was all high growth. China was rushing to get ahead to boost its economy. Now it's at a point, particularly in an era of decoupling around the world, where it has to consolidate, focus, and consider the stability of the economy for the long term rather than the rush out of the gates in the short term.
But aiding small and private businesses, of course, help domestic markets regain vitality very soon. That not only benefits China, actually it gives blood, or it notably helps to stabilize the international supply and production chain.
Well, certainly in the terms of coronavirus.
Especially virus is rampaging.
Of course, it was China that was supplying the face masks, the equipment, the breathing equipment to the world. And now, particularly in the developing nations, it's providing the vaccine. And I think here's a situation where China is looking, when we talk about this concept of a common shared destiny of mankind, this is also often misinterpreted in the Western context. It is really about looking at the fragility of this planet and saying we're all on this planet together. This is a little spaceship in a bubble of air in a vast, vast universe. If we don't maintain this planet, it's like being on a tiny aircraft or spacecraft. The pilots all have to work together. The crew has to work together to keep it going. And I think this is very much the approach that's being taken. It's not just about my economy, me first. It's about global stability, because whatever China does that affects the world, that affects China. And I think it's this broader understanding which we're seeing in not only this 5-year plan, the 14th 5-year plan, but the projections of the next 3 to 4 5-year plans, which are actually in the works and part of what's coming out of this joint meeting that's taking place in Beijing
Let me
today.
also add something to put a broader perspective. We've been reforming this economy for 40 or so years, and we start from a very dominant state-dominant economy. And so far, the non-state sector, mostly small, medium-sized
we have to leave
firms.
it there, Professor. We'll continue our discussions later. Let's go to the scene where the members of CPCCC are giving their
南区
perspectives.
第2排靠过道那位记者。
Thank you. From Bloomberg, and my question is to Luo Sangdan. And this year marks the 100th anniversary of the Communist Party of China and 70th anniversary of Tibet. So in Ali of Tibet, by the end of last year, you have made breakthroughs in terms of electricity supply. So what's your take about the changes in Ali in the past 7 decades? And if you can speak for your hometown, what's going to be your message? Thank you for the questions. 70 years ago, we had emancipated and liberated, and Tibet has started its pathway under the leadership of the CPC towards brightness and prosperity and openness. In 70 years' time, Tibet has transformed into socialist system from the feudal system, and it has also started its industrialization and informatization reform. Take my hometown, Ali, as an example. This used to be an ethnic area in the border regions, and it was also impoverished and isolated. And poverty has restricted our social and economic development for a long time. In 2018, during the 2 sessions, multiple Tibetan members, me included, suggested to the CPC Central Committee about extending the trunk road to cover Ali. And last December, we have succeeded in the operation of the grid system in Ali. So we have supplied electricity by solving the last 1 kilometer issue, and that also meet the needs of about 100,000 local people. Under the leadership of the central government and CPC Central Committee, Ali and Tibet as a whole can finally meet people's aspiration for electricity supply. I can share with you with a set of data. In 1959, the total GDP in Tibet was only 174 million, and the per capita income was 142 RMB yuan. But in 2020, the GDP in Tibet reached 19 million RMB yuan, and the per capita income reached 14,000 RMB yuan. That was transformative change for us. If I can be the spokesperson for my hometown, I hope that for all the Tibetans who have gotten rid of poverty, I would love to say on behalf of them that we used to be covered by the snow caps all year round, but the Tibetan people are all industrious. In Ali, there is one farmer who used to live in poverty with his family members, and they want to renovate their house and to walk towards prosperity. In 2018, with other farmers, they established the first engineer group with all the other residents, and also they negotiated with local government, inviting all the locals to be part of the training so as to get rid of poverty at an early date. And with the concern of CPC Central Committee with Xi Jinping as the core and under the support of people nationwide, now 620,000 poor people in Tibet has gotten rid of poverty in 2020, and 47 poverty-stricken counties have also gotten rid of poverty as well. Now, in terms of sanitation, drinking water, and telecommunication, we have solved all those pragmatic issues. So it is fair to say that peace and liberation allowed Tibetan system to make big strides, and people's livelihood and lifestyle have also been transformed. Thank you very much. Next question.
请举手示意。请北区第一排中间那位记者提问。
Next question, please.
谢谢主持人，我是中国网的
Thank you
记
very
者。
much.
我
I'm
的问
with
题是
China
想提
News
给鼓励帕利委员。
website, and my question is to Guli Pawi. And we learned that to improve the education in southern part of Xinjiang, and starting from 2019, we selected a lot of young cadres and dispatched them to the southern part of Xinjiang. And we want to know what is happening in the southern part of Xinjiang, what progress has been made.
谢谢你的提问。
Thank you very much for your
我们
question.
常说，
We always say that education is the fundamental priority of our job. I have been an educationer for 40 years, and I have personally witnessed the progress and developments in Xinjiang in education. In particular, in recent years, we have made important headways in Xinjiang. The preschool entry rate and education coverage rates in Xinjiang have registered obvious and rapid increases over the years. And this is a very good result thanks to the good policies of the CPC, and it can be attributed to the endeavors of educationers one generation after another. Since 2018, the Xinjiang Autonomous Region has started to select cadres and dispatch them to the southern part of the Xinjiang Autonomous Region, and they have played an important role in improving the basic education of Xinjiang. I have a lot of colleagues who were dispatched to this part of the Xinjiang Autonomous Region, and let me share with you a small story. In Akasu's Awaji County, we have a small village called Kabawa, and we have a naughty boy, Xiao Abu, because Xiao Abu often tears apart the books of his classmates, and he's also a bully in the campus, and teachers couldn't discipline him. And then we paid a visit to his family, and we learned that Xiao Abu actually grew up with his grandma, and his mother passed away very early, and his father was working in a distant place, and there is this lack of parenthood in his family. So that is why Xiao Ali wants to draw attention from his teachers by engaging in those hoaxes. After learning this situation, the teacher spent more time understanding him and providing a lot of personal helps. And inside the classroom, the teacher gave him a lot of chances to answer questions. Within a very short period of time, Xiao Ali became a great helper to the students, and Xiao Ali likes to sing a song in a classroom, and he said that the parents are just like, the teachers are just like parents to him, and in the eyes of Xiao Ali, his teacher is just like his mother. In Xinjiang, we have a very huge group of teachers, just like Xia Dan, who is the teacher of Xiao Ali, and it's just teachers like her who spread hope and faith and happiness to the children in Xinjiang. I always talk with my colleagues who were dispatched to the southern part of Xinjiang, and they told me that love can change everything, and it's exactly because of love that there are smiles on the face of the kids. It's exactly because of love that the basic education in Xinjiang is now taking on a new look. The reason behind all the changes and the source of happiness of these teachers is the love that they devote to this region. As an educator, I'm willing to spread the love to a larger area. Thank you.
Very interesting story there told by the member of CPPCC from Uyghur Autonomous Region that they told Laksu tearing apart other students' books. It's like I'm seeing my childhood once again.
Right.
Apparently they're facing the same problems of left at home children, but they're also sharing the same economic and social development of the country.
Yes, and from those CPPCC members who have just met the press, we can also tell the diversity of the makeup of CPPCC members.
Right.
It tries to reach the widest possible sectors and groups of people in this society.
You know, the ethnic minority population actually accounts for 8.41% of the total Chinese population, but the ethnic CPPCC members account for 11.7% of the total number. That means that tells us a lot, indeed, that we have more representative from the ethnic groups than their population.
That's right. I think that's why we have this consultative process that trying to reflect people's voices in a constructive way. And talking about this, how about we start with the angle of poverty alleviation, because China has just announced at the end of 2020 that it has eliminated extreme poverty, and that includes all those remote and far away, and sometimes, as the CPPCC member mentioned, somehow isolated areas. How important is education in this process, Mr. Brown?
It's absolutely fundamental. I've spent much of my career doing documentary films in some of the most remote rural parts of China where there has been pockets of poverty. And a large part of that is because of inaccessibility, lack of roads, lack of communication. We just heard from one of the delegates is electricity is fundamental. If you have electricity, you can read at night. And it's this basic infrastructure, which is your first stage, but then your second stage is actually providing the education. Because particularly as we're moving away from being an agriculturally or herding-based society as it was 40 years ago when I came to China, it's now moving rapidly, not beyond industrialization, into the technology era. And you can have access to technology, of course, in some of these very remote mountain areas. Education is fundamental. And I believe that it is a national asset to invest in the education of the next generation. One of the challenges that's occurring in countries of the West, like the United States and Europe, is students graduate from university with a life ahead of them, burdened in debt. In order to have an education, you go into debt, you go into servitude. And that is a fundamental violation of human rights, because actually it is that, the children, the youth are the national asset. They should not be considered a national debt burden. And I think that the future of China, in its growth, its development, in both an ecological way, in a multi-diverse way, will depend very much upon such continued programs of education across the country, across the broad spectrum of the population. I think with that commitment, it's a commitment not to the present, not to the past, it's a commitment to the future.
Right. And the CPPC member from Uyghur Autonomous Region, from Tibet, also said there is a problem of basic education in rural areas, in ethnic minority areas, that the teachers there, the basic education teachers there, are being short of. How do you think that the government should address this problem?
Well, in a way, we want to spread wealth, but a fundamental way is to...
Wealth or knowledge?
I said fundamentally it's about knowledge, you know. I very much agree with Lawrence. Well, for academics, we do different kinds of analysis trying to pin down the fundamental causes of wealth, but at the end of the day, it's your brain.
Right.
Okay? And the rest are derivatives. Yeah. If you say, okay, you have poor infrastructure, you have poor institutions, these are part and parcel of what our human brains can create in a way. So when they are young, education, to bring out the creative power of you.
The problem is that
and the other part, physically, okay, this is sort of the spiritually. Physically, you must have good health, okay? So powerful brain, good health, infrastructure, link them together, then it's the recipe.
To get down to the problem of the villages, the rural areas are being short of teachers.
Yes.
How do you think that problem should be addressed?
Well, part of that should be addressed by the government, and a part of that should be addressed by private sector. I'm encouraged to see that China has been doing a lot on the part of the government. 9 years compulsory education, and if you want to see the effects, you look at the dramatic process of industrialization. It has much to do with the 9-year compulsory education, even though quality varies across countries. And our private sector,
so
we have volunteers going to the remote areas.
Also is a part of
to the remote areas to that.
Now let me we have to leave it there. Let's go to the site to see the CPPC members' delivery of a
from China Daily. My question is to member Cai Hualin. The youngsters are a strong force, loving their nation, and as we know, you have been transmitting the culture of patriotism, the spirit of the national flag among the youngsters, so that they love their nations. In Hong Kong as well, you did this. So what's your take on such an effort? What's your purpose of doing that? Thank you for your questions. Before Hong Kong returned to the motherland, we didn't have such courses to educate the youngsters about loving their nation and motherland. But later on, because of the Occupy Central movement, it exposed a lot of problems in Hong Kong's education. Many youngsters have mistake in terms of their understanding of the motherland. So Hong Kong's education must learn from the mainland China. And Hong Kong, of course, differs from the mainland China in certain ways. Raising the national flag is just a cultural reflection. It's not mandatory. For example, on many festivals, like the date that we commemorate the returning of Hong Kong to the mainland China, we would raise the flags, but we raise the flags only on those several important occasions. And also, we established the national flag raising team in 2002, and it was organized by a charity organization. It aims to teach the youngsters how to sing national anthem and how to raise the national flag. But this is a very influential team. They can go to different schools to teach the students in person about how to do those things. There were about 200 schools before, but now there are 500 schools covered by such an education. I hope we could do more. At 8 o'clock every morning, when the kids gather in the playground, witnessing the national flag raised, they would realize very strongly that they are Chinese and they are proud of themselves. Every year, we also hold different competitions and performances inviting all sorts of schools, and also we invite the PLA soldiers to be there to guide the students. We aim to educate the children about how strong China is, and Hong Kong is an integral part of China. The patriots governing Hong Kong is the consensus of the society in Hong Kong. I do hope that in the future Hong Kong can educate more students who understand their social responsibility of the whole nation, the society, and also the Hong Kong. They must be proud of China and do more to return to China. Thank you. Next question.
请南区第一排靠过道那位记者提问。
谢谢主持人。
Thank you.
我是中央广播电视总台
From
CGTN 的记者。
CGTN.
非常希望能够向张宗珍委员进行
I
提
do
问。
want to raise some
赵委员
questions
您好。
to member Zhang Zhongzhen.
世界关注中国的一
The
国两
world
制。
has put their eyesight on the one country, two systems in China, and how is the culture of China influencing the different regions? For example, how to establish the cultural identity of those several regions, and what's the updates in Macau? Could you share with us about your observations? Thank you for your questions. Macau was the first port opening to the outside world, and when China is engaging with the international culture, Macau has stayed rooted in terms of the traditional Chinese culture. That's one main concept of one country, two systems. As our song sings it, once we were occupied by the invaders, what they did to us was only physically, not intellectually. So the Chinese culture was transmitted to the Western world and even influencing the Western philosophies. For example, the Western science, painting, and artists, they were also in turn transmitted to China through Macau during those years of occupation. And in Macau schools, we integrated a lot of traditional Chinese culture in the disciplines, and they were kept in completeness in Macau. We have emphasized on many occasions that in Macau we highlighted both the Chinese culture and Western culture, and carrying forward the Chinese culture is the secret mission of the Macau government. December 20th was a festive moment for Macau because it commemorated the returning of Macau to China, and also this was a good example of the history. On that date, President Xi Jinping visited Macau University, giving instructions to the college students. That was an open course, historical in the Chinese history in the past 5,000 years. President Xi Jinping reviewed the history of China to integrate the value of Chinese culture and igniting the passion of Macau youngsters in loving China. And also from a cultural perspective, the youngsters rethought about what is the most suitable system for Macau and China, and why aren't those Western systems suitable for China and Macau included. And finally, the rich consensus that culture and beliefs will be the basis of a good social system. And finally, we reached the consensus on the socialist system, and only the CPC has such open-mindedness and pragmatism to lay the solid foundation for Macau development with the one country, two systems. And that one country, two systems is offering freedom to Macau. For any promise made by the CPC, they are honored, with no exception. And more importantly, when Macau develops and when we bump into difficulties, for example, any objection, the CPC Central Committee would respond to us. It's just like a mother answering the call of the beloved son. So, in return, we shall listen to the ideas of the CPC Central Committee and follow the guidance of it. So, when we commemorate the anniversary of CPC Central Committee, I have to emphasize that it is our common consensus to follow the guidance and leadership of CPC. From a cultural perspective, Macau also contemplates about and embrace the leadership of CPC. We aspire to the Great Wall spirit, the Yellow River and Yangtze River and Tiananmen Square. Among the kids in Macau, 1/4 of them pursue education in the Chinese mainland. And also, with the leadership of the CPC, we have once paid visit for some field studies. Once we were hit by the imperialists. I think in history, the Chinese culture has 4 edges. The 1.4 billion Chinese among all the nationals in the world are the most hardworking, and also we are industrious and largest in number. And as to the party members of the CPC, they are the most organized and people-oriented among all the parties, and including rural parties in the world. Thirdly, China boasts 5,000 years of history. That's the longest in the world. Fourthly, after 4 decades of reform and opening up, China today, more than any time in the history, has more sound fundamentals of the economy. So we have the confidence about China. And as to the emergence of China, Macau people are proud, and we are also proud about the Chinese culture. And I also have to inform you that we are deeply convinced that the rejuvenation of the Chinese nation is unstoppable. Thank you.
请大家继续提问，请举手示意。
Next question, please.
请北区第3排中间那位记者提问。谢谢主持人，我是团结报团结网记者。
Thank you very much. I'm with Unity News, and my question is to Mr. Pan. And we see that as long as we are still in the lunar first year, we are still celebrating the Spring Festival, and you're from Chinese Taiwan, and can you share with us some of the stories from our Taiwan compatriots and how they celebrated their new Spring Festival in the Chinese mainland? Thank you very much for your question. To my knowledge, due to the pandemic this year, we have roughly 70,000 compatriots from Taiwan. We're celebrating the Spring Festival in the Chinese mainland, which is double the size of previous years. Taiwan compatriots answered the call of the central government to celebrate the New Year in the Chinese mainland, and this in itself is a great support to China's response measures against COVID-19. To make the Taiwan compatriots feel at home in the Chinese mainland, a number of activities were organized. For example, cloud celebration and online activities were organized, and hundreds of compatriots connected with us online, celebrating the Spring Festival in the Chinese mainland, and a lot of the compatriots expressed their wishes to this country, and they expressed the hope that China can achieve reunification on an early date. Well, just imagine if more Taiwan compatriots can share the same consensus, and if they understand that unity is the only way forward, and then we can expect a reunification sooner, and we can also expect a sooner revitalization of the Chinese nation. As for the prospect of cross-strait development, and let me share with you some stories. I know a tea farmer who is operating in Fujian, and they are living and working in Fujian as 4 generations of the family, and they are living there very happily in Fujian province. We have another businessman from Taiwan who told me that right now the Chinese mainland is doing much better in environment and in economic development, and that is why he brought his mother from Taiwan to Chinese mainland. Over the past 2 years, we have a lot of doctors, lawyers, and teachers from Taiwan who are now working in the Chinese mainland. The number is growing in very big sizes. And you can see that the integrated cross-strait development has truly benefited a lot of the compatriots in Taiwan. This is felt more strongly in these days. At present, although the cross-strait relations have encountered some difficulties, but we will never be hampered by the difficulties we encounter at present, and we believe that there will be a promising prospect laying ahead. And with the deepening of the 14th Five-Year Plan, and with the integrated cross-strait development, I believe that there will be thorough connections between the two sides of the Taiwan Strait, and the true and real and substantial benefits will be brought to people living on both sides of the Taiwan Strait. As a member of the CPPCC and as a member from Taiwan, I will express the voice of Taiwan compatriots at the CPPCC meeting, and I will always follow the developments of integrated cross-strait relations, and in so doing, I can make my own contribution for the integration of Taiwan compatriots in the Chinese mainland. I would like to say that we belong to one family, and compatriots on both sides should work to promote the integration between the two sides so that we can work to achieve an earlier reunification. Thank you very much to all the 3 members.
So members from Hong Kong and Macau and Taiwan all spoke just now. No matter where you're from, we did the same thing just a few days ago to celebrate the Chinese New Year, which means that we share the same cultural identity. And the education on having that kind of identity is very important.
Exactly. Having said that, I was quite impressed by the words from CPPCC member from Macau, Mr. Zhang Zongzhen.
Right.
And from his resolute tone, you can tell that he's really proud of being part of the Chinese nation, and he really focuses on the way forward. For example, the rejuvenation of the Chinese nation, and he talked about the spiritual character of Macau's youth. You can sense that vibrant atmosphere there.
Right, and CPPCC actually gives them the opportunities to make the voices from those 3 regions of Hong Kong, Macau, and Taiwan to be heard by the central government. And that's one of the main functions of CPPCC, to unite all fronts. Now, CPPCC will soon wrap up this year's meeting. So now let's go to our reporter Dong Xue at the Great Hall of the People. Dong Xue, so what will be the key focus on the closing ceremony?
Well, Donnie, in just a matter of minutes, the 4th session of the 13th National Committee of the CPPCC will hold its closing session. Wang Yang, the chairman of the nation's top political advisory body, is expected to deliver the speech that will wrap up the session. Well, this year's gathering has been compressed into 8 days due to the coronavirus restrictions still in place. That's down from the usual 2 weeks. Despite the shorter schedule on the domestic front, officials have held talks on various proposals, such as how to build build a more secure China, implement the country's rural vitalization strategy, and deal with an aging society. They've also discussed ways to launch a major national science and technology program and develop a high-quality education system and modernize industrial and supply chains. While on the international front, top of the headlines has been the proposed reform to Hong Kong's electoral system. At the opening session of the CPPCC, Wang Yang has called on members to support the central government's drive to make sure Hong Kong is governed by patriots. He called for strength and unity with the compatriots in Hong Kong, Macau, and Taiwan, and asked for greater efforts to foster patriotism among the young people in Hong Kong. Well, I've also been talking to a number of CPPCC members from Hong Kong this year. They had a number of proposals for this year's gathering. For instance, Kenneth Folk, I've been talking to as Vice President of the Hong Kong Olympic Committee, says he wants to help young people in Hong Kong take advantage of opportunities in the Greater Bay Area, especially in the culture and sports sector. He told me patriotism needs to be strengthened in the Chinese city. To achieve this, he's encouraging the city's CPPCC members to engage with people from a broad range of backgrounds, especially young people. He also said it's important to involve them in the nation's latest development opportunities. Having said all this year also marks the beginning of China's 14th five-year plan, the socio-economic blueprint for the next half a decade. Goals including boosting domestic demand, upgrading supply chains, increasing technology sufficiency, and further reforming domestic markets. It's hoped this will increase opportunities for foreign investors across different sectors and drive China's growth for the next 5 years. Dongning.
Thank you very much, Dong Xue.
Right, Dongning, as we just talked about that, our colleague Tian Wei raised a question at the just concluded members' corridor. So now let's cross live to her. Hello, Tian Wei. You raised this question focusing on Chinese culture. So are you happy with the answers you've got?
Yes, indeed, Pan Deng. Earlier, I got the chance to ask the CPPCC member, Mr. Zhang Zongzhen from the Macau SAR. As you may know, Macau is like Hong Kong, is one of those SARs of China. It returned to China in 1999. Mr. Zhang told us a lot about what has been done in Macau in terms of encouraging the young people to learn more about the Chinese culture and the Chinese cultural roots. And he also emphasized, in fact, it is about the very beginning, even before 1999, the Chinese cultural roots has been deeply cultivated in the minds of many in Macau. And of course, after the return to China, in the schools and also among the civil servants, a Pledge of Allegiance, raising the national flag, singing the national song, supporting patriots governing Macau has been the tradition. He also introduced a number which I think is very important. He said 1/4 of the students in Macau actually have been learning on the mainland. That's a very interesting and encouraging number. Having said that, though, the reason I asked that question has a lot to do with the agenda this year at the National People's Congress. One of them is to improve the Hong Kong election system. Now, I've been talking to, as you know, over the past 1 week, various CPPCC members, some of them serving in the Hong Kong SAR government, some of them are from different walks of life in Hong Kong. Here's what they told me, several points. One, patriots governing Hong Kong is a must. It's a must for any country, any city, to have someone who loves the country, loves the city, to serve the country and to serve the city. And in Hong Kong, it's no exception. Second, the improving of the election system is about improve the efficiency of decision-making in Hong Kong, not let filibuster preventing important decisions and rule and laws regarding Hong Kong that are going to serve the Hong Kong people's ultimate interests. Third, they also say it is almost like an analogy. Faster running train, Hong Kong is heading to the destination. If it's running on the wrong track, it will be going nowhere. However, when it's running on the wrong track, if it is being corrected into the right track, it is going to the destination, which is the one country, two systems. Back to you, Pan Deng.
Thank you very much, our colleague Tian Wei at Media Center in Beijing. You're watching a special live coverage on China's annual political season. Stay with us.
NPC and CPPCC, China's biggest annual political gathering of lawmakers and political advisors. As the world's second largest economy recovers from the pandemic, it chalks out plans for the coming year and beyond. With new proposals, laws, and targets, CGTN brings you unmatched coverage of the meetings that matter. Exclusive interviews, people's voices, in-depth analysis, and the impact on the rest of the world. China's 2 sessions begins March 4th. Live and exclusive on CGTN.
How will China innovate? Where do the Chinese spend their money on? How will China fulfill its promise for carbon neutrality? And what will China do next for pandemic prevention and control? China's annual political season this year focuses on the blueprint of the country's next 5 years. I will bring you up close to the 2 sessions to feel the pulse of this dynamic place and note the nuance of its evolution.
Dual circulation, not just a buzzword in China, but a new, forward-thinking economic strategy offering access to a huge market. Incentives to help businesses go global. Seamless logistics and state-of-the-art innovation. Find out how dual circulation will shape the future of China and the world on CGTN.
You're watching CGTN. This is a special live coverage on China's annual political season. The coming up main event on Wednesday afternoon is the closing ceremony of this year's CPPCC session. Before that, let's get some global news updates from my colleague Zhao Yang. Hello there.
Thanks, Pendong. Well, let's get straight to Equatorial Guinea. The death toll there has risen to 98 from Sunday's explosions at military barracks in the coastal city of Bata. At least 615 people have been reported wounded in the blasts. President Teodoro Obiang Nguema visited the site of the explosions and said an investigation is underway. Now, an initial report released on Tuesday says the blaze may have begun when a farmer set fire to his plot in order to prepare it for food production, and then a breeze spread the flames to
Su Yuting has been following filed this report.
The CPPCC were active in the fight against COVID-19 in 2020 and promptly engaged organizations across the country to combat the pandemic. That's according to China's top political advisor Wang Yang, who made the comments during the work report on Thursday.
迅速投身抗疫斗争，
working to improve major epidemic prevention and control mechanisms and facilitate the resumption of production and business operations, we actively supported the efforts to ensure sustainability on 6 fronts and maintain security in 6 areas.
Wang Yang said the top political advisory body will have further sessions in various formats to facilitate the formulation of China's 14th five-year plan.
We will hold bi-weekly consultative forums, consultative meetings on the handling of proposals, online deliberation and consultations, consultative meetings with relevant departments of the party and government, and sector-specific consultations to deliberate and offer suggestions on state affairs.
The CPPCC says it plays an increasingly important role in carrying out its functions of political consultation, democratic supervision, and participation in political affairs. Proposals from advisors generate a lot of public interest and will help the country to formulate better policies, not only to shape China's future development, but also have very important implications for the world. Su Yuting, CGTN, reporting from the Great Hall of the People in Beijing.
Well, you may have noticed that the sign language appeared at the 2 sessions meeting, and that shows the inclusiveness of China's 2 sessions in terms of representatives and members of CPPCC and MPC. So understanding the world's most populous country is key to grasping the headlines coming from the 2 sessions. Over the past week, we have been running a series featuring current affairs commentator Einar Tangen, who offers his take on China. Here he explains how the country's political system really works.
I've worked in law, politics, investment banking, and ran my own businesses. And I've advised the US, South Korean, and Chinese governments. How does the world see China? How does China see the world? I'm Einar Tangen. Find out on Tangen on China, a special series during the 2 sessions. China's NPC and CPPCC are often portrayed as legislative rubber stamps. Let's get into how they work so you understand the differences between the popular misconceptions and the reality. In a one-party political system like China's, there are no politicians. Governance rests on trained and experienced professionals who may have different thoughts and approaches, but who are collectively responsible for creating and implementing policies and laws. To do this, every proposed new policy or law is carefully measured against the long and intermediate range plans and then sent down for comments and proposals for specific implementation actions. By sent down, I mean all the way down to every village in the country, where it then percolates back up to the national level, gathering substance, including budgets, timelines, milestones, and at the end of this journey, the entire policy or law is reviewed again to make sure it conforms to the 5-year or longer plans and goals. By the time it arrives for passage at the 2 sessions, the new policy or law has been thoroughly reviewed and commented on, including by the lawmakers themselves as leading officials, affected groups, and the public at large. All that remains is to give the new policy or law official approval and enter it into the official policies, laws of the country. In Western-style political systems, civil servants advise and implement laws and policies passed by politicians. Politicians need the bureaucrats because modern governments are complex mechanisms where changing one piece results in changes to other pieces. Politicians are elected based on their ideas, but they don't have to be qualified in terms of knowledge or experience. There's an underlying belief that new ideas and approaches will create better, more efficient government. So, when laws are proposed in such systems, while they go through committee and bureaucratic reviews, those who propose and pass it take much more of a hit and hope approach. Different systems have different procedures. China spends about 100 times more time in the beginning to make sure its policies and laws are practical, harmonized, and implemented. Western-style political systems spend less time up front, tending to see new policies and legislation as expression of ideological will, which the bureaucrats will be responsible for figuring out. So what does this mean for China? For 40 years and the foreseeable future, China will use its planning approach to advance the interests of its people. When improvements are needed or mistakes are made, they will go through the same process as the original policies or laws. What does this mean for the rest of the world? As countries struggle with an increasingly complex world where change and planning are crucial, they need to study different systems which allow them to accomplish their goals within the ideological, cultural, social, legal norms of their respective countries. No system is universal or right. There are many paths to prosperity, but understanding other systems will prevent you from making poor assumptions about other systems. For instance, believing that China's 2 sessions is a legislative rubber stamp.
As we're talking about this is happening now. The closing ceremony of this year's CPPCC session is underway. Political advisors are voting on political resolutions during this closing ceremony. This just came in. Political advisors have just approved a work report from the Standing Committee of China's top political advisory body. Also, they have approved a report on proposal-related work. And of course, we'll keep you updated as the closing ceremony is underway.
Right, and back to Ina Tangen's piece, which has a very brilliantly illustrated the distinctiveness of Chinese political system.
Right.
So let's go back to our guests. Professor Fu, Ina Tangen just described what's called a consultative democracy, which he said it was a distinct political system of its own. Can you elaborate more on that? Why does it have to be a distinct political of our own?
Well, historically, China was very sophisticated in terms of its bureaucracy. That continues today. Bureaucrats have power, and also they need to have information. So in terms of decision making, it's not just a one-time thing. It's a process. A process vis-a-vis one-time shot is so important for us to understand the Chinese system. Delivery means it's a process, not just one vote. And the other part is much has been taught about the Chinese long-term. We have short-term things. We also have long-term things. Spelled out here today in China is we have 5-year plan. We have 5-year plan before reforms. But even though in English we use the same word 5-year plan, but in reform terms, it's more a guidance.
Then proposal, sort of 5-year proposal.
No, it's a guidance. With strength of bureaucratic fiat, but it's a more relaxed form of a very command and control 5-year plan. So in other words, we take a middle road between a plan system and a market-driven system. And the proportion of both, if you watch closely, has been changed. We let the market play gradually a growing role in that system, because I guess the elites at least understand in terms of allocative efficiency, there are compelling evidence. Market has worked. We learned that from Xiaogang case, rural areas. We also learned that from the industrialization process, and we have learned from our opening up to the rest of the world. So one word can be difficult to understand. You have to understand the nuances. Now, the other thing we need to understand, even if you do not like a system or institution, ultimately it's historically, socially embedded. You cannot just impose.
Right.
You need to have a sense of direction and let it grow eventually. You can push it a little bit. Now, in macroeconomic management, I guess a growing number of Chinese, especially educated people, can be critical, but they understand macroeconomic management is not a source of growth. But the reality is when you grow the economy, there will be ups and downs and ups and downs. So macroeconomic control's rule is to out those very too dramatic things. And ultimately, the growth comes from education, brain, better technology, learning from each other. That's why China continued to push the idea and the measure of let the economy open, even at a higher level, higher equilibrium.
Right, and education.
Now, as we're talking about this, I have to update on the latest happening at the closing ceremony of this year's CPPCC session. Political advisors have just approved a report on examination of the proposal-related work. So, gentlemen, let's talk about this. This is Chinese democracy in action. I think it's very fair to say that. So, Mr. Bram, earlier we talked quite a lot about consultation and the deliberative process, but another key function of the political advisory body itself is democratic supervision. What do you make of this year's actions in this particular regard?
Well, I'll turn to a story, an old story. In the 18th century, they say Emperor Qianlong dressed up as an ordinary person to circumvent his own bureaucracy and go to the south and go to tea houses and listen to what the people had to say. So if we're going to flip it, what's happening now is they're bringing the people to Beijing. And so this is all about multidisciplinary functions across a vast spectrum of professions, from law, finance, banking, we've heard all that, to agriculture, and of course all the different regions, and of course diversity. And in that, by bringing these voices into the room, you're building a consensus of opinion. You're also gathering from them what are the key issues, what are the key concerns, where can you link up the dots, and where can you come up with policy to address those issues. So there's a lot of preventive medicine in the long-term planning that's coming out of these meetings through the combination of a multidisciplinary approach with diversity in building consensus.
Well, the problem with your story, a little story, is that the Qianlong talked to the ordinary people, but now in CPPCC we saw more elites, less grassroots. So how do you comment on that composition? Do you think that's inclusive enough? Enough voices?
No, I still see logic of that. That story is very good. If you build a bureaucracy, sophisticated bureaucracy, and the bureaucrats tend to sit down, and you need to have a separate channel of information. And for that, you also see arrangements, supervision system, different lines of reporting. Now, it all comes down to checks and balance, if you may. You need to balance that. And you may be critical, but the next challenge is, can we recalibrate a little bit so that next time it can be performing better? There will be problems of all systems. But as I said, institutions are socially and historically embedded, right? And so far, it seems China has been moving in the direction that is efficient Look at the very dramatic growth rates. Well, we have been bringing 1.4 billion people from $150 per capita to 10,000. The better performer ones are 60,000. But you are bringing 1/5 of a human population to that level.
Exactly. Yeah.
The challenge is enormous.
I want to challenge you because you said that it's all elites. I mean, I know so many people who are CPPC members who've come up from the grassroots, who've come up from the village, who've been in business, who've done such a spectrum of work. I mean, they've had their hands on some of the, hard tasks of agriculture, business, and even one of the CPPC representatives used to be my assistant when I was a lawyer in Hong Kong. So I like to tell all the people working for me, one day you could be there too.
Yeah, tell us a little bit more about that particular member. How did he or she?
No, she was an assistant when I was a lawyer in Hong Kong,
advisor.
And we were working on, in those days, it was back in the 1990s, and foreign investment was coming into China, and she was my assistant. We were doing negotiations and contract writing. Later, she went on herself to have her own law career, and eventually became a member, of course, of LegCo in Hong Kong, and over time became a member here. And so, you see that kind of, I remember when she was a young kid working for me. I've watched her go through the entire process. And so, I think hands-on, the front line, negotiating joint ventures, working on contracts in those old state-owned enterprises in those days at the grassroots, and then now looking at the very top. When you're sitting there in the room, in the great hall of the people, you know what it's like to be in the field. You know what it's like to be working in the enterprise. You know what it's like to be doing business. You know what it's like to be running your own law firm. So I think in that way, again, it's this diversity of opinion and bringing that into the room, which is so essential in a consultative process.
Yeah, my question is which one is better, or which one should be implemented? More voices from the grassroots that represent the common people's complaints or suggestions, or more intellectuals who have macro knowledge of certain fields?
You need a balance of both. You need to have both in the room, of course. If you have only intellectuals,
then
it's ivory tower
stuff. How about the current situation? Is it balanced?
Look, you can always find improvements. You can always reach out more. But I think the intention of this system is to find that balance. And the one thing that's made the Chinese economy so successful over what I've seen of 40 years of transition is constantly seeking that balance. I mean, things do get tipped off from time to time. The economy runs too quickly. You might have too many debts. You might have all kinds of distortions. But as soon as that happens, it's the macro control system and the ability to combine market, free market, with planning, and to be able to look at this harmonization in kind of a yin-yang type of harmony. And I think that's the essence of the culture of China and many Asian countries. It's balance.
Let me add a very typical Western view of looking at this when it comes to real issues. Plato, okay, very Western, okay? Plato. Ask this question, okay? When you are sick, do you consult a doctor or do you consult villagers? You have to be issue specific, balancing.
Means knowledge or experience?
When I'm sick, I consult Kung Fu masters that I was trained with, because they're always seeking balance. And usually, sickness is caused by imbalance.
Now, the point I'm making is it's easier for us to say without the context, okay? Well, ideas are very important. Eventually, you need to contextualize the ideas so that you know where and what's the best way to balance the ideas you have with the ugly reality that you have faced. But with the determination, we want to improve.
Right, and actually one of the topics that CPPC members talk the most is about the 14th five-year plan. 2021 is the first year of the 14th five-year plan. The plan actually stresses switch from high speed to high quality development. So why do you think the switch is happening?
Well, it's slowing down. A simple recipe for growth is a function of land, labor, capital. You know.
So okay, we have to leave it there, yes. Professor.
Let's cross live.
各位委员、同志们、
fellow members,
中国人民政治协商会议第13届全国委员会
the fourth session of the 13th
圆满完成
CPPCC
各项议程
has completed all the agendas. and is about to conclude. General Secretary of CPC Central Committee, President and Chairman of the Central Military Commission, Comrade Xi Jinping and other high-ranking leaders of the party attended the meeting and discussed the state affairs with all the members. Members deliberated on the government's work report, the draft guideline of the 14th five-year plan, as well as other reports. Members also reviewed the work report of the CPPCC National Committee. We made policy suggestions and consolidated the consensus, reaching positive results, which fully reflected the sense of responsibilities of all the CPPCC members, which also demonstrated the advantages of CPPCC as a top political advisory body. The meeting focused on the 14th five-year plan, new development pattern, and generated positive energy and encouraged all the members to engage in socialist modernization drive. And this is a conference of democracy, unity, and progress. This year marks the 100th founding anniversary of the Communist Party of China. It is also the first year of the 14th five-year plan and the first year of China embarking on a new journey of socialist modernization drive. The CPPCC must follow the guidance of Xi Jinping's thoughts on socialism with Chinese characteristics for a new era, strengthen for awarenesses, boost for confidences, and practice the two maintenances, and implement the decisions of the CPC Central Committee and the work it entrusted to the CPPCC, and gather the wisdom of Chinese men and women at home and abroad, and make positive contribution to opening a new chapter of China's socialist modernization drive. We must consolidate our standing and unswervingly strengthen the leadership of the CPC. The party's leadership is the fundamental political system in China. As an important platform for strengthening party's leadership, the CPPCC must always view it as the fundamental political principle and its major political responsibility, and constantly consolidate its standing, improve its political judgment, political awareness, and political execution, and constantly expand the social and public support of the party's leadership. We need to leverage the advantage of consultative democracy and focus on the targets of building a modern socialist country, and focus on key tasks of the 14th five-year plan and major concerns of the general public. By practicing the consultative democracy, we must transform the will of the party into the consensus and actions of the society. And we need to improve the efficiency of the CPPCC and implement the governance decisions of the party. We need to consolidate our platform and strengthen our political awareness with the innovative theories of the party. The Xi Jinping thought on socialism with Chinese characteristics for a new era is a guiding thought the party and the country must stick to for a long time.
People's Political Consultative Conference as the key platform to unite, educate and guide representatives of all ethnicities and fields with the innovative party's theory must enhance the ideological and political leadership. With the party's innovative theories, we must enhance political union, ideological progress, and concerted actions. We must attempt to build the learning and practicing platforms guided by scientific theories, featured by consultative exchanges, themed under self-improvement, and targeted at boosting consensus. We must carry forward the fine tradition of self-learning and self-education. We will improve the activity outcomes of members' reading, inspections, and thematic workshops, so as to combine the targets of ideology and theory learning with the target of practicing. We must profoundly study the CPC history together with the new history of China, history of reform and opening up, and history of socialist development. We pay attention to the special features of CPPCC so that with history review we will be more reasonable, faithful, ethical, and practical. Thus, with one mind, we will boost initiative and capability of developing socialism with Chinese characteristics in this new era. We must open more important channels to galvanize forces to embark on this new journey. Given the new development stage, we must execute new development concept, lay out new development landscape. This more urgently requires us to boost cohesion and cement consensus. People's Political Consultative Conference as a significant channel of diffusing conflicts and consolidating consensus on the common ideological and political basis must do more to publicize policies and dispel confusions. We must build up the morale to unite and develop together. By boosting confidence, drawing hearts, and building consensus, we must transfer positive energy to the whole society. We must give play to the features of high inclusiveness and wide connection to innovate the forms of field-related mass work, and we must comprehensively harness the forms of members' lectures and the workshops of the major special work and personnel exchanges. We must constantly improve the system of CPPCC, organizing members and members guiding the masses of all circles, forging the mighty power of soliciting ideas for better policies, and uniting as one to open a new chapter. Fellow members, in a big economy, we shoulder heavier responsibilities. Standing on the conjunction road of two centenary goals, our missions summon us, and responsibilities fall upon us. We must more closely unite around the CPC Central Committee with Comrade Xi Jinping as the core and aggressively give play to the ox spirit. We must dive actively into the great practice of building a socialist modern society in an all-round way and developing special consultative organs and people's political consultation undertaking. With gratifying results, we will celebrate the 100th anniversary of the founding of CPC. Please all rise. And sing the national anthem. Now I declare the fourth session of the 13th National Committee of CPPCC concludes.
So this year's CPPCC session has officially concluded. In his concluding remarks, China's top political advisor, Mr. Wang Yang, said this year's session, 6.5 days session, has deliberated on the government work report and a proposal on China's 14th five-year plan, and also a work report on the National Committee of the CPPCC. A very tight but efficient schedule there. He also said the main focus actually is on China's 14th five-year plan, and also at that closing ceremony, political advisors have adopted a political resolution from the CPPCC National Committee. So, gentlemen, we've talked about political philosophy quite a lot. Now let's get to real issues, especially those raised in the 14th five-year plan. What would you say would be the most difficult parts, Mr. Bram, in China's transformation in its development model from high speed to high quality, especially with this new development philosophy and also the dual circulation put in place?
Well, first I'd like to look at a little bit of what's happened over the past 40 years. In the 80s and 90s, China adopted what was really a classic import substitution, export promotion policy. It depended on the world consumption of Chinese cheap products at the time, and keeping the currency at a certain level to be able to import technology, equipment, have investment come into the country, pour into the country in order to drive that export economy. And it depended primarily on consumption from Western economies. Now, you're in a new era. You're in an era of decoupling. You're in an era of deglobalization. And so that landscape is changing very dramatically. And you also have the fact that the high-speed growth carried with it certain social imbalances and environmental problems. So let's look first of all at the social imbalances, environmental problems. You had a focus on industrialization in the coastal areas. Population shifted from the rural areas to the coast. The villages were often left with just old people and kids. And you had too much congestion in the cities, too much pressure on infrastructure. At the same time, the industrialization policies drove forward a lot of pollution that affected people's water security, health care, and food security. Now, looking ahead, in the era of decoupling and deglobalization, China's looking inward. So now you have this bifurcated policy of still maintaining a degree of export promotion, but focusing more on imports within the domestic economy itself. And that means shifting people from the urban areas on the coast back to the villages. That means creating not just villages, but ecological cities that offer the same benefits as the coastal areas, so people can go home. They can go back to their own communities and build those communities. In turn, that's a form of growth. And the huge emphasis on environmental policy, backed by the finance of green bonds. This is the largest green bond issuer in the world right now. And if we look at that going into smart green and blue infrastructure, that's changing the grid. The projections are ahead. By 2050, China will be 80% green energy. No other country in the world is going to be able to do that. We always hear about Tesla, but China's got more than 20 electric car companies and growing, meeting local demand, not just the high-end demand, that Tesla's an elite car, but actually for the broad population, backed by the infrastructure of electric charging stations that are going to be able to make this very feasible and possible. And it's not just about the cars, because it's what kind of electricity are they using? That's coming from what kind of grid? And before, 80% of China's energy was coal. This is a dramatic shift away from coal, which then means you have to reboost the economies of provinces like Shanxi, Ningxia region, Inner Mongolia, which are coal dependent for their economics, and shift it to wind, to other sources of energy and other sources of prosperity, shifting the entire grid around. And so this is actually, the leadership under this 5-year plan is not looking at environmental protection as something that's blocking growth. We heard a lot of that from the Trump administration. Environment protection is going to stop growth. No, they're looking at it as an opportunity for a new kind of growth. a sustainable and systematic growth. And in turn, that comes back to the education issue, because it means retraining people in a host of areas, because environmental considerations runs across the board: finance, monetary policy, law, agriculture, infrastructure, everything is affected by this now. And so that's what we're going to be seeing in the years ahead as we move into this 5-year plan and beyond.
And that could be one of the greatest shifts in human history. And we'll continue to talk about that very soon. Now, let's get more highlights from the closing ceremony of this year's CPPCC session. China's top political advisor Wang Yang just gave a short summary of the discussions held over the past 6.5 days. Take a listen.
Members deliberated on the government's work reports, the draft guideline of the 14th five-year plan, as well as other reports. Members also reviewed the work report of the CPPCC National Committee. We made policy suggestions and consolidated the consensus, reaching positive results, which fully reflected the sense of responsibilities of all the CPPCC members, which also demonstrated the advantages of CPPCC as a top political advisory body.
Right, and Wang Yang just mentioned the importance of the functions of CPPCC members in terms of both advising and supervising, indeed. And he called for stronger ties between political advisors and the people, as well as allowing CPPCC to oversee major issues concerning big policies such as the 14th five-year plan. And I've noticed, comparing with the 13th five-year plan, the 14th five-year plan is more human-oriented. Let me raise two examples. For instance, comparing with the last plan, changes like this happened. Internet popularity shifted to digital economy. It's a percentage in the whole GDP. And also the underemployment people changed the unemployed people to surveyed urban unemployment rate. So from those changes, we can see that China's 14th five-year plan is one is more human-oriented, and the other one is shifting from quantity or high-speed development to high-quality development. So what's the challenge of doing that for China with such a big population?
The very big challenge Lawrence mentioned a lot, actually, is we're no longer talking about GDP now, per se. We are talking about GDP growth plus carbon intensity. It's constraints. There is so much you can grow. So every GDP you produce, what's the carbon you have released? So this is so important, and China has pledged to the world by 2030 will peak carbon emission. 2035. Yes. Okay. Then 2060 carbon neutral. So what you should be watching is 3 sets of technologies: low carbon, zero carbon, negative carbon. And how years down the road China will combine those. I say technology, it includes institutional technologies, carbon market, for instance, to mix those to accomplish two goals: growth, green growth. And while talking about domestic market, eventually you need to look at what's the best way for us to grow the middle class. I guess the number I have about the Chinese middle class is 400 million now. It would be better to double that size, so that we really have the capacity to talk about domestic market. At the end of the day, going to the topic we loved, it's education, because now you see resource people, technology. Well, actually, it's about the brain.
Right.
You need to elevate the level of human brains.
I wish we have more time to continue our discussion. Very interesting, very fun, and very incisive discussions. Maybe next time. All right. Thank you very much, gentlemen, Professor Fu and Lawrence.
Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you very much.
And that's all for today's special coverage of CPPCC closing session. And tomorrow, legislators will wrap up their annual session at the Great Hall of People, and Chinese Premier Li Keqiang will meet the press afterwards. So we'll bring you live coverage of that.
Yes, that's it for today's live coverage on China's annual political season. But don't go away. Very soon, my colleague Zhou Yang will bring more global updates for you. Do stay tuned on CGTN. Bye for now.
Bye for now. Hello and welcome to CGTN. I'm Li Zhao, live here at the Great Hall of the People. Welcome to join us on our special coverage of the two sessions, the most important political gatherings here in China every year. So days ago, we've already seen the opening meeting of the 4th annual session of the 13th National People's Congress, and that's China's top legislature. And yesterday, we've already heard from Chinese State Consular, and also China's Foreign Minister Wang Yi. And today, what's on our agenda? Let me brief you a little bit. So first, we are going to expect a group of NPC deputies. So they're selected from over, roughly 3,000 NPC deputies. So a group of them were selected, and they were from all different backgrounds. Some of them are construction workers. There are people working with cultural industry, and some of them are engineers, some of them working with wetland. So really pushing to do the ecology protection. So these people will be talking right in front of this blue screen. So this is called Deputies Corridor. So they will be taking questions from the media. This year, because of the COVID-19 pandemic, they will be exercising some kind of social distancing. So the media will be asking questions from the media center, and the deputies will be answering questions from here. So they're here to really answer questions of people's concerns, taking questions from media, both from Chinese media and also foreign media. So if you guys have any questions, feel free to leave your questions to our comment bar and let us know some of the most important concerns that you want to know more about China. All right, so right after Deputies Corridor, we'll be experiencing Mr. Li Zhanshu. He's the chairman of the Standing Committee of the National People's Congress, and he's set to deliver a work report of China's top legislature. Right after that, we'll be hearing work reports by the Supreme People's Court and also Supreme People's Procuratorate. So these two work reports are essential for China's future judicial work, and also they were summarized the achievements they've made back in the year of 2020. All right, some of the most important, let me take a look at my note. All right, some of the most important legislations that's high on agenda, including public health, because the COVID-19 pandemic is still soaring around the world. Although China has already declared victory to the pandemic, but we know there are also sometimes that the coronavirus will be popped up in some kind of areas here in China. So we want to know more about
how China will be fairly distribute the COVID-19 vaccination, and also whether the free vaccination will be carried out across the world. And also something about Hong Kong. We know that improving Hong Kong's electoral system is also high on China's agenda these days. And number one issue is really to ensuring that patriots governing Hong Kong. What does that mean? So they want someone that genuinely love the country and love Hong Kong to really govern Hong Kong as a whole. And yesterday, Chinese State Consular and Foreign Minister Wang Yi has already said the central government wants someone loyal to the motherland. And that's a basic political ethic for all public office holders. And Hong Kong is no exception. That's from Wang Yi. Another quote I get from yesterday, his press conference include, and I quote, "How can we expect someone who does not love his country to truly love Hong Kong?" So the law improving Hong Kong's electoral system is also something that we'll keep a close eye on. All right, so let's just give you a tour of the Great Hall of the People. And you can see this is, of course, a giant hall. And whenever there are reporters here at the Great Hall of the People, you know that something important is going on here. And this year, because of the COVID-19 is still going on around the world, we want to make sure that everything is safe. Everyone is safe, because we know that thousands of deputies come here, gather here, and really decide for China's future. So social distancing is of course in place. I'm not in mask right now because I'm doing live. Right after my live broadcast, I need to wear my mask back on. And you can see our staff members, they're all in masks. And right now they're preparing water for our NPC deputies. All right, speaking back of China's legislations, another important issue that we'll be looking at is China's civil code. It was adopted on January 1st this year. And according to Li Zhanshu, he's the chairman of NPC Standing Committee, he said this is an important milestone in China's achievement of the rule of law. So essentially, the civil code is a pileup of 1260 articles covering almost everything about people's life, from people's marriages to sexual harassment, from privacy rights to personality rights, and something about the property rights as well. So that's on civil code. We're looking for more revisions to the civil code. Will they carry out more details about that? That's something we'll be keeping a close eye on. Right back on our deputies corridor, you can see that's one of our deputies coming into the room. And just moments later, he'll be going on to the podium and taking questions from the media. And one specific person I want to point out in today's deputies corridor is Mr. Zhang Boli. All right, he's right there. Mr. Zhang Boli is, of course, one of the leading experts at promoting. This is Dr. Zhang Boli, and he's one of the leading experts of China promoting the role of TCM, traditional Chinese medicine, in his fight against COVID-19. This is our deputy, Mr. Zhang Boli. He'll be taking questions from the media just minutes after. Right, so let's give the deputies some time, because this is their, just minutes after, they will be going on to the podium answering questions. Again, if you have any questions, leave your questions down below and let me know all of your concerns, your questions about China's political system, about China's judicial system. Let us know. All right, some of the highlights from last year's work report. Because China is really striving to become a law-based governance in all respects, some of the highlights of last year's report including to ensure the full implementation of Constitution in all respects of state governance, and also continuing to improve China's socialist legal system. So China is really trying to make sure that the legal system works well under its socialist a system of Chinese characteristics, and also advancing the oversight work of the officials. You want to make sure that there's someone here to monitor the works of the officials, and also improving the working system of NPC deputies for their law-based performance of their duty. All right, so what does NPC deputies really performing their duties mean? That means that those people, they will be hearing from the general public because they're selected from all walks of life. Really want to hear from either their colleagues, their close friends, or someone around them, know their concerns, know their problems, and have them taking the questions to the capital Beijing and discuss all the questions and problems and concerns to all the deputies around the country, and have them to hopefully make some law and getting some legislation done. All right, some of the other issues that we want to look at is last year. Oops, where's my note? Let me take a look. All right, so in 2019, that's from last year's work report, NPC Standing Committee deliberated 48 drafts of laws and decisions and adopted 34 of them. So you may sound the number is not that much, but given the fact that China is such a populous country, it has 1.4 billion population, you know that if every single deputies have something on the board, they want to deliberate thoroughly with the 3,000 deputies. So that's a hard work to do. All right, if our camera can pan to the side, you can see right now everyone is really just about to preparing for the press conference for the deputies corridor. And as I've said, some of the deputies selected this year, including, right, he's going on to the podium, Dr. Zhang Boli. He's the one that pushing for the TCM, traditional Chinese medicine, for a long time. And alongside him, right besides him, is Mr. Zhou Bin. I've actually had the honor talking with him days ago. He's a 25-year-old lawmaker who is a construction worker. So really selected from the grassroots level. All right. So CGTN is going to bring you live broadcast throughout the time, and we'll be broadcast the whole session of Mr. Li Zhanshu's speech. We'll be broadcasting you Mr. Li Zhanshu's delivered the annual work report of China's top legislature. Stay with us. All right. Once again, I'm Li Zhao. Thank you so much for watching, and stay with us.
And journalists this year are gathering at a media center, another location not very far from the Great Hall of the People. And this event is conducting virtually this year, and it's happening right now. You're watching live footage from the Deputies Corridor.
From People's Daily, my question is to Zhang Boli. Last year, as one of the expert panel of the COVID-19 fighting group, you have been working in the front line in Wuhan. Could you share with us about your feeling last year? Thank you for your question. Last year, in face of the abrupt outbreak of the COVID-19, under the leadership of the CPC Central Committee with Comrade Xi Jinping as the core, the Chinese people have been united as one, and all the medical staff have been working around the clock to save every life, leading to a final victory of this war. If you ask me of my impression of this experience, then I was mostly impressed by those young medical staff. Some of them were born in the 1980s, mostly, who were the dominant fighters in this war. Some were even born in 1990s or 2000s. This age group accounts for 70% of the total staff of medics. They were only children in their families. Could they shoulder this responsibility? We were doubtful in the beginning. But in this battle, they sacrificed and dedicated themselves to undergo this examination, if the medical staff could be said as the cutest people in the society, we take it as our responsibility on our shoulders. But what's really impressive and touching is that the Chinese people put their faith on the CPC, and everyone is honoring their commitment with their actual deeds. To give you two examples, the first day I arrived in Wuhan, I went to the hospital and I took a taxi. That taxi was actually a private car. The driver was an entrepreneur. He went from Heilongjiang province to Wuhan as a volunteer. I asked him, who paid for the fuel in your car? He said, it's self-paid. And I thanked him when I got off the car, and he said that the thanks could also go to you, because when we were in a war as a nation, everyone is responsible. And in my actual work in the front line, I needed a lot of medicines, and the supply was tight in those days. So I called someone I know from a TCM enterprise asking for help. I said that maybe I am too demanding. I need thousands of those medicine units every day, and you have to guarantee me about the full supply for several consecutive months. And also you have to boil the medicine and send them to our designated hospital in Fangcang to my doorstep. And finally I said I had no money. I don't even know who will pay you. And that entrepreneur answered instantly that just stop it, and my answer is yes. He said that to save lives, I can do anything. So to be honest, if you ask me who is the cutest person in this war, I would say that whether it's the warriors fighting in the front line or those working in the backstage, as long as they contribute to fighting this war, they are the cutest. Now, we maintain a stable situation in China, but we still have to bear in mind the task of containing the transmission imported and curbing the transmission within our borders. Also, we have to be precautious and stay vigilant ahead of the outbreak, and also as the regular measures like good ventilation, avoid gathering, we must be firm, and I believe we will win the final victory. Thank you. Next question.
So, gentlemen, that was Mr. Zhang Boli. He is deputy to the MPC, and also we still recall that he is a people's hero bestowed by the country for his contributions during China's tough fight against the pandemic last year. So the question was raised to him about his experience, his feelings during that whole process, but he didn't talk about himself. Actually, he talked about the young people, the young medical workers, and he talked about the sacrifices and contributions made the Chinese people. So, Dr. Gao, what is the biggest legacy left behind by that fight against the pandemic for China?
Well, everyone pitched in, everyone got involved, and everyone united behind the leadership of the Communist Party and the Chinese government. And China prevailed against this pandemic. China has put this pandemic more or less under control, even though we still face a lot of challenges, especially imported cases, and also the possibility of resurgence, of bouncing back of this pandemic. But generally speaking, among all the countries in the world, China is actually done very exceptionally well in putting this pandemic under control. And this is mostly thanks to putting science ahead of everything else, and everyone is mobilized. Everyone is doing his or her job. And I think Professor Zhang Boli, who is a national hero, who really is winning all the acclaims for rushing to the real forefront in Wuhan during the first weeks of the outbreak of the pandemic. He really cared about the people, cared about what he was doing, and cared about emphasizing the importance of Chinese medicine in saving more and more life in this pandemic. So I think we are very grateful that we have such a country, such a government, and such a wonderful nation who can really perform under the duress of the situation. Everyone pitched in, everyone did his job or her job.
Indeed, everyone pitched in, but Mr. Zhang also mentioned that everyone also followed the leadership and the call from the CPC. What do you make of this whole governing system when China is faced with a big challenge?
Well, I mean, there's more than one part. I mean, they're obviously talking about the leadership of Xi Jinping, but there are so many components to this, and that's what he was really bringing out. He didn't talk about himself. He talked about what other people did, their willingness to act. He didn't say, I called a party member. What he did is said, I called somebody I knew, and they reacted. He told little stories that really talk about the heroism, not of himself, but of all those around him. And you know, this is what's really important. But to get all of this organized takes the entire government. And there are people who are working, you know, countless, millions and millions of hours, making sure that the logistics were correct, you know, making sure that the hospitals were doing the work, that it was coordinated. All of these things are very, very important. You can see that in, you know, in terms of what's happening in Europe and the United States, you know, two advanced countries where they just can't quite seem to get it right at the national and local levels to deal with what has become an increasingly more severe problem because they have let it go too long. I mean, these variants are, it's mathematical. The longer they're, you know, you allow this kind of pandemic to go unchecked, the more variants you have, the more problems there will be. And it's unfortunate. Hopefully they can learn that they're not going to copy China's system, but certainly being a state of preparedness, having the communication, the logistics to deal with this, I think everybody sees that is vital going forward.
Right, gentlemen, now let's get more updates on the ongoing political season. This year marks the first year of China's 14th five-year plan, a blueprint for economic and social development through the year 2025. The plan lays out the country's strategy to achieve high-quality development. Chinese President Xi Jinping stressed that high-quality development is the general requirement for all aspects of economic and social development. In the next 5 years, the country's focus will be on the real economy with a strategy of dual circulation. China will set up a new growth strategy to nurture a strong domestic market and foster a new development pattern. It will also further open up to integrate its domestic market with the global economy. Innovation will remain a key drive for growth, and China aims to be self-reliant in leading technologies. Rural areas in the country will be given special attention with a focus on food security and modernizing the whole agricultural industry. As for the environment, China says it will further promote sustainable development to balance economic growth with protecting the environment. So, gentlemen, let's talk about this 14th five-year plan. How about we start with environmental protection and the carbon issue? Now, I noticed that some Western media are saying that, okay, there's no specific targets. I think they mean numbers or rates laid out in this plan. But do you think that should be an issue? Because China has raised this grand design of carbon peaking by the year 2035 and carbon neutrality by the year 2060. So, and we must say that this 14th five-year plan proposal was raised in October. So do you think China should come up with a plan with specific numbers in such a short time of almost 4 months? Dr. Gao.
Well, I think President Xi Jinping, on behalf of the whole country of China, the whole nation of China, has already proclaimed the 2030 goal and the 2060 goal. And this is very important, not only for China, but for mankind as a whole. I think the whole society in China, all the institutions, enterprises, government entities, individuals, all aspects of society have been fully mobilized everyone is doing his or her job as to what he or she can do to pitch in to help the whole nation achieve this. I'm confident that once the goal is clearly defined and once the deadlines are fully set up, for example, all of us need to do our job. And I think China is also doing all kinds of R&D and innovation, for example, to make sure that in addition to whatever we can do together, there are new ways and new thinking in helping China to achieve this carbon peaking by 2030 as well as carbon neutrality by 2060. So I hope the whole world will be rest assured China will not only deliver on these goals, but may be able to deliver them ahead of these deadlines.
And it's not only about carbon peaking, is it, Mr. Tangen? Because China is still in the process of industrialization and modernization. So do you think, how tough do you think will be this balancing between the two?
Well, it is going to be tough. I mean, in essence, what China has done is taken a very pragmatic approach. They're coming off a pandemic, which has had profound, even within China, effects on the growth. So there has to be some wiggle room, at least in the first year or two, until COVID is truly under control, to move things around. And that's why you're not seeing hard targets set up. But it doesn't mean that China is in any way abandoning it. I mean, the poverty alleviation ran into equal and very heavy problems because of COVID-19. And what it means, though, is that after they feel confident that they've adjusted to the new economic reality, remember, 4.4% downward growth, negative growth in the world today. That's going to have an effect after this initial period of catching up goes. So China, as I said, taking a pragmatic approach, it will then produce hard targets in order to meet its goal as it goes forward after the pandemic. And I think people are making too much. This is not a one-year plan. This is a 5-year plan.
Right. So talking about hard targets, how about the economic growth target raised by Premier Li Keqiang in his government work report, over 6%, rather than a very specific number? Whether do you think it will be 7%, 8%, or over 10%? What do you think is the reason behind its setting?
Well, there's a historical reason. China generally underestimates its progress and then overperforms. And that's been a thing. Most economists would agree that somewhere between 8 and 9% is where it'll probably be. But there's also this issue about GDP as a metric, because increasingly it doesn't make sense in an economy that is so globally interconnected. The supply chain kind of warps it. So I think they're starting to look more and more at more specific things.
Right.
Yeah,
right. Ms. Tangen, we'll continue this very soon. Now let's again cross live to the deputies corridor.
Thank you. I'm with China Media Group. My question is directed to Fan Yongzhen. The CPC Central Committee and the central government attach great importance to the development of rural areas, and we know that you are from Yunnan and you are also a cultural worker at the grassroots level. Can you share with us the spiritual life of people living in rural areas? What are the most striking impressions? Thank you very much for showing interest in people living in rural areas. I'm from Lijiang of Yunnan province. My name is Fan Yongzhen, and today is the International Women's Day, and I would like to send a greeting to all the women watching. And as for your question, I think I can give you the best answer from my work. And since taking my job, it has been 11 years, and I have witnessed the transformation of Lijiang Museum, which has transformed from zero to hero, and each and every year we have the investment of 100 million, and each and every year we have some development and allocations of funds from the government, and this shows the great support from the government. And because of this financial support, we are more confident in engaging in cultural development, and so that is why our museum is open to the public 365 days throughout the year. And also, throughout the year, we are able to accommodate more than 100 cultural activities, and we also have a digital museum, and these 100 activities, they can be conducted online and offline in a synchronized manner. Last year, we organized a youth singing competition. And in that competition, we have attracted 750,000 people. So this accounted for 55% of the whole population of the city, which was a record in Lijiang City. For 8 consecutive years, we have organized an event attracting painters and photographers to talk about the story of Lijiang. And because of this activity, a lot of the senior citizens had their first family photo in their life. And we also have activities such as free training classes for children who are from the rural areas. So even during the holiday, they are able to attend artistic classes and trainings. And today, I just want to share with you one small story that I have encountered. That was around the Spring Festival of 2012, and when we were giving a cultural performance to a place, we arrived at an ancient town in Lijiang, and when we were about to leave that place, Grandma Li gave me a book which she held for 40 years. It was published in 1972. It was a book, a collection of photography in commemoration of Chairman Mao's remarks at the Yan'an meeting on cultural development. She told us that we have to take good care of the book, and she was very grateful to our support. She said that she had no other gift to us but this book. She gave this book to us because we are cultural practitioners. At that moment, I know that I did not just receive a book, I received great love and support from those people. And this love and support is part of the Chinese culture, which attach a great importance to the development of culture. And this love and hope exist in the blood of people of all ethnic groups in China. And this love and hope are the reason why we are committed to the jobs that we do as cultural workers. As a deputy from rural areas, I will never let down the expectations of my colleagues and people in the rural area, and we will carry forward the fine culture and fine traditions of the Chinese nation. And on the journey of renewing our nation, we have to write a new chapter.
Well, gentlemen, that was Ms. Fan Yongzhen from southwest China's Yunnan province. She is an NPC deputy from Lijiang City, worked in cultural promotion, and March 8th coincides with the International Women's Day, so I think it would be proper to extend regards. So how about we start with women's representation in China's top legislature, Dr. Gao?
Well, first of all, let's express our congratulations to all the women in China as well as throughout the world for this very important Women's Day celebration. In China, gender equality is, I think, one of the best among the world. And I think females' participation in workforce is very widespread. I think China leads many other countries in this particular regard. What's lacking in gender equality is among the very top echelons of the leadership. For example, board directors of major companies, governors and party secretaries or ministers in the central government, for example. Then in these very high-level, high-ranking positions, you see less women. So I think one goal we should set is that we will have more ladies being promoted to these high positions of importance so that they can share their wisdom and share their experience with the rest of the nation. And all of us can benefit with more female participation, not only in workforce as a whole, but very importantly in top leadership roles in China.
What do you make of this, Mr. Tangen?
Well, I'm not in favor of putting people in who aren't qualified, but the fact is that women represent a massive resource. They're only 20% of the NPC. There used to be more. There used to be half the sky things, which would mean about 50%. So there is work to be done, and I'm not saying that because you say 50% women. What you want is you want to find the qualified women. Women represent a different approach to problems. It's often much more team-oriented, less about the ego. And I think that's a valuable contribution. You don't want a lot of testosterone in the room when you're making certain types of decisions. But overall, though, I mean, I think it's wonderful that China has a system which allows, in essence, grassroots feedback. In America, everybody, most people, you don't go to political school to become a candidate. You might study poli-sci, but there's this idea that fresh ideas can come into the system, and that's in essence what you have here. In addition to being legislators, these people all represent different walks of life, from the government, from culture, from medicine. And as a result, they serve as an active check in terms of making suggestions. As we've talked about before, the system in China is very complex. Everything, an idea starts at the top, but it has to go all the way down, province, cities, towns, villages, work units, and it has to be discussed, and there has to be a plan, a timeline, specific actions, and then it rolls all the way back at the top. So by the time something comes, there's millions and millions of man and women hours into it, but you still need this kind of common sense. Wait a second, how is this all coming together? Because without that, sometimes ideas can get kind of they develop a life of their own, and no one wants to kill it because no one wants to say, oh gosh, this is a bad idea. So having a representative body like this who is guiding as well as participating in the process, very important.
So, Dr. Gao, what changes have you seen in recent years in China's legislative agenda to address some issues you just mentioned and Mr. Tangen mentioned, and what kind of changes are you expecting to see?
Well, I think over the years, the NPC has become more and more people-focused. That is, they devote more resources and attention to how to improve the living standards of the people, how to make sure that people benefit from the economic growth, and how environmental protection will benefit the people rather than hurting the people. And I think this means that the whole structure is becoming more human-focused, more humanistic driven. And I think
so. What about women's issues you just mentioned? Let's start there.
Well, for the female participation in workforce as well as in top leadership, this is absolutely important. I agree completely with what Aneng just now mentioned. And also in China, for example, if you go to language schools, if you go to law schools, amazingly, female students account for, in many cases, more than 50%. So I think the overall trend is very positive. That means more females will graduate from universities, graduate schools, professional schools, and then they will pick up jobs in special professions which may have very important impact on society.
Thank you very much, Dr. Gao. Again, let's cross live to the corridor.
You come from Dongning of Shandong province, and you have been working in the sanitation sector. And as we know, the high-quality growth and river protection has become national strategy, and wetland development in the surrounding basin has become a higher call of the nation. So what's your take in your daily work about those strategies? Thank you for your questions. Hello, everyone. Hello, I come from Shandong Dongying. In 1993, I was part of the sanitation work, in charge of the toilet, the garbage site, and I've been in this post for 29 years, and I witnessed the transformative changes of the city with cleaner streets, blue skies for more days, and more beautiful wetland. The wetland is an integral part of the city, and more birds reside in this city. Over the years, what impressed me most was that when I was young, when it was dry in the Yellow River and there was no water in the well, I would follow my parents to get clean drinking water from far. We would fetch like a barrel of water and use 1/2 of them for washing hands and face, and as to the other part, they are to feed the animals. But now we have more water flow in the Yellow River right now, and even today, I treasure the valuable Yellow River water, and I saw the water tanks leaking water before, and I was heart-wrenched by such a waste. So I bought some electric parts and tried to maintain and repair the device, and finally I save about half of the water consumption. And later on, I did several rounds of improvement. Now we have developed the 4th generation of toilet water sensor, and now the water consumption is less than 1/3 of before. So under such an influence, I changed from a usual sanitation worker to become an engineer. As a technician, I also endeavored to become an example, so now I could be honored to be an PC member. I believe that once we devote ourselves, we will gain something in return, even as a usual sanitation worker. We must innovate. What is innovation? Once we can solve the pain points in our daily work, and we can improve the work efficiency and quality with the self-invented devices and technologies, then we will save a lot of manpower, just as I did for the sanitation workers. Because of that thought, I had about 8 projects. I also won the new type of patent at the number of 34. I also conquered a lot of difficulties, standing at the number of about 9,000. I also tried to motivate more people to dive into this drive of invention and innovation by honing their skills. I also built the studio named after myself, and I taught about 30 people. Now those people have become backbone in their posts. Some are now the labor examples. And because of those efforts over the past years, what we are doing are reshaping the sanitation work towards higher quality results. I could say that in Dongying of Shandong province, located in the estuary of Yellow River, sanitation has become different from before. We rely more on our skills. Yellow River is the mother river of the Chinese nation. Secretary General has always highlighted the development of the Yellow River in a high-quality way, so we must implement the instructions of General Secretary Xi Jinping, and this year is the year of ox. So I want to also take solid steps to work in this post. I want to dedicate more efforts so that our homeland could be more ecology-based and more beautiful. And in these 2 sessions, I brought with me some suggestions about establishing a festival for sanitation, so as to draw attention from certain departments and to improve the sense of pride of 3 million sanitation workers, and also help them to attain a sense of security.
Oh, gentlemen, another grassroots deputy. He works in public sanitation in East China's Shandong province. He's a self-educated technician focusing on saving water in public toilets. How does this link to China's grand design of saving energy and building a better environmental protection, Dr.
Well, I think in this particular regard, almost everything is interrelated. I think it will really require the efforts of individuals, families, society at large, and institutions, companies of all kinds, government, military, you name it, all need to pitch in, and no one should be left behind. Why? Because when we talk about the quality of the air, quality of the waters, quality of the soil or the earth, they are also related. So if we pollute one part of the ecology, first of all the other parts get polluted and contaminated, and if one person is contaminated, almost all society members become victims. So I think what this worker and the technician is doing is very important. He's not only doing his own job, but
and
also
in a
his society.
creative way. And how to better protect those innovations and creativity? Let's take a listen.
Innovation is protecting the enthusiasm of enterprises, and IPR is one very important institutional guarantee for the protection of innovation. Innovation is the first driver of growth. So the protection of IPR is to protect innovation. So when protecting IPR, we have to protect it from a legal perspective. As a practitioner in the industry, I'm very willing to see that since we have established the IPR protection system from the 1970s to China's accession to the WTO, and over the past 2 years, in light of China's own development, we are adjusting the law, and we have systematically amended and updated the law. So it's fair to say that China's IPR protection system has been established from a legal perspective, and we have already built a legal framework for IPR protection. As a researcher, we are living in an era of rule of law, and it's a great privilege to witness China's development in legislative building. Since serving as a deputy of the 13th NPC, I have participated in a lot of meetings and seminars on legislature. I have witnessed the development of China's rule of law. For example, on January the 1st this year, the Civil Code was officially enacted, and the 123rd article of the Civil Code touches specifically upon IPR protection, and in 2019, the law of trademark and the law against unfair competition have been amended, and another year we amended 2 other laws. These amendments are very important, and I have witnessed the amendments of these laws, and I feel very strongly in terms of investigations, surveys, and solicitation of opinions. In all these different processes, and there is this scientific-based and democracy-based rules and procedures. And let me share with you one little story, and that is in 2020, and that is the law about copyrights and IPR. And when the draft was finalized, the National People's Congress solicited opinions from all walks of social life, and listening to opinions from enterprises, in particular foreign enterprises in China. So this has fully reflected the will of the people, and this is reflecting that legislation is in full compliance to the development of the society, and it's keeping up with the development of our time. So the systematic amendments of IPR protection law will show to the world that China, in the process of high-quality development, we are further committed to the protection of IPR. We are also showing to developed countries the achievements China has scored in protection of IPR. We are also providing some legal references to developed countries. The systematic amendments of IPR protection law will lay a solid foundation and legal guarantee for economic development in China.
Well, gentlemen, that was Professor Maida. He's an expert in intellectual property rights protection. He said it very clearly. China has established a basic legal framework on IPR protection, and he also mentioned the importance of the new civil code in China, which defines intellectual property rights clearly. This opens open and transparent legal space for future practices. You work in legal area for quite some time, Dr. Gao. What's your reading into this?
Well, first of all, IPR protection is absolutely very important for China as well as for the whole world. Now, there have been several countries or political forces outside of China which have been accusing China of major IPR violations. I think it doesn't conform with the realities on the ground. I would say China is now fast emerging as a leading champion of IPR protection. Why? First of all, it's the right thing to do. Secondly, China is generating more and more IPRs, copyrights, patents, you name it. And so it is also in China's own interest to provide as much as possible IPR rights for Chinese companies and their rights as well as for international companies.
And do you think that's why China has registered the world's most patents last year?
Absolutely. And I think the trend is also picking up very rapidly. So I think in another 5 or 10 years' time, the world will be very much impressed with how much IPR rights are being generated out of China and how much Chinese people and Chinese government are willing and dedicated to protecting IPR. So I hope those several Western countries will really take a rest in falsifying the truth and try to spread the rumors against China as far as IPR rights are concerned. No country can achieve China's rapid economic growth for the past 41 years if, for example, it does not care about IPR rights. So I think Delegate Ma is saying the right thing, and we also need to be very much supportive of this protection of the IPR rights by the government, by the courts, by the police, and by those people who own these rights, as well as anyone who benefits from using these IPR rights.
And Mr. Tang, you're no stranger to legal practices. Would you say the focus should be more on implementation, as Dr. Gao just mentioned? It's about how to practice them in reality.
Well, China not only has the laws on the books, and they're among the most advanced, but the issue is enforcing them. And what China has done is set up separate courts, IPR courts, where the people are knowledgeable, and also taken away the local jurisdiction, because you don't want to be fighting a local company if you're not from that area. So these have been very important reforms. And right now, actually, China is one of the best places in the world to register your IPR, because if there is a violation, although you won't get perhaps as much money as you would in the US, it will happen very quickly. In the US, you could spend 10, 20 years, 30 years. There have been antitrust cases that went on for more than 50 years. Not antitrust, I mean violations of IPR. So it's one of these things where it's better to get a quick result. China is now able to do that, and they're continuing. And as Victor said, there was this progression. When China joined the WTO, it really didn't have much IPR. Now it is the leading IPR generator in the world, and it has switched just from quantity to lately a lot of quality. The things we talk about, AI, facial recognition, 5G, these are all things that are being developed within China. And as China moves on, and I echo Victor on this idea that you cannot have innovation unless you protect it. So this is going to be crucial going forward, and should be a real sign to companies outside of China that they can do business here.
Well, gentlemen, we'll be getting back to you very soon. Our coverage continues. China's new economic strategy of geo-circulation is a loop of two phases. In a domestic circulation phase, the domestic market is a key driver. But the sustainable growth of the domestic market lies in innovation, as we just talked about it. So what spurs innovation? It's self-reliance in the technology sector. Take a look.
Artificial intelligence, 5G networks, quantum computing, and blockchain ledgers are now commercial. As their use becomes more widespread in production processes, these technologies are expected to increase the size of China's domestic market and its competitiveness.
推动新一代信息技术与制造业的深度融合。
The digitalization of manufacturing industries will continue, and new intelligent products will be cultivated so as to promote development in a shared economy. This can ensure digital industrial structures with international competitiveness.
Technological innovations are crucial if China is to become less prone to the whims of market monopoly or geopolitical tensions. The innovative design of Guangzhou Automobile's assembly workshop has enhanced the company's productivity and thus improved its market competitiveness.
The
final assembly workshop is one of our ingenious designs. The L-shaped workshop saves space and is good for the increasing of automation rate. Our cars are assembled fully automatically, including the installation of car window and run-flat tires. These are all applications of advanced technologies.
Mastery of existing scientific knowledge and building on engineering and scientific research emerge as the two important ingredients necessary for industrial development. The creation of high-tech products homegrown from the ground up is expected to boost not just the quantity, but the quality of domestic consumption. Innovation is also a driving force in other advanced disciplines, which the country hopes to reap benefits from in the future. The Institute of Deep Sea Science and Engineering is dedicated to developing ocean resources. Other industries are harnessing the Institute's technologies for commercial use.
Our research products are first used in scientific research and then transformed into a commodity. This is a standard practice radiated by general research institutes. The core technology is provided. Enterprises will carry out the subsequent commercialization.
Domestic circulation is not confined to China. Technology exchange will continue to be the basis for innovations in China's domestic market. China's Deep Sea Institute has both contributed to and benefited from global cooperation.
Scientists from all over the world need to work together. We hope to launch a global deep sea research project focusing on ecological, geological processes and physical ocean processes. At the same time, it also drives the development of this ultra-deep water technology.
China's innovations are also at the policy-making level. E-commerce has played a significant role in China's poverty reduction and rural revitalization efforts. Statistics show that 98% of poverty-stricken villages in China had installed online optical fiber cables. Nearly 97% of townships had set up logistics service outlets, and e-commerce service centers are part of China's countryside. Villages have boosted their income of their farm or cultural products thanks to live streaming, which allows them to promote and sell to the rest of the country and even the world. It's proof of technology helping China achieve its goal of poverty eradication in 2020, 10 years ahead of the timeline set by the United Nations, while stimulating domestic consumption.
China is basically building a e-commerce infrastructure. Now this huge infrastructure network is reaching every little corner of the country, and that provides a immensely important facility for poverty alleviation. Many small villages, remote villages, are now able to sell not just to the entire country, but entire world actually.
To ensure the strength of domestic circulation, China is exerting efforts in independent innovation and technological breakthroughs.
So, Ms. Tangen, let's continue to talk about this. Earlier you mentioned some advanced technological sectors, for example, facial recognition, AI, 5G. So let's put them into the context of China's 14th five-year plan, the grand design for the next 5 years. Would you say they will be divided into two major focuses? One is on those really cutting-edge sciences that may not generate quick return, but it's quite important for the long development of the whole country. And the other one is the applied technologies focusing on solving those choking points, if you will.
Yeah, well, no, I would agree with that. I mean, you have quantum computing. That's definitely going to be the platform for the future. It represents, beyond Moore's law, this kind of doubling every so often. This is just a watershed event because you'll be dealing not with a binary code, but a trinary code. And that's an example of where you're putting money in now to be a leader in the future. But in terms of things right now, there are choke points, especially when it comes to chips. because of the U.S. action. And in many respects, people watching should understand that this was not something that China started out with 5 years ago. This is something that has been forced on China because of actions taken mostly by the U.S. in terms of saying, no, you cannot participate in our industries, you cannot buy our technology, you can't even buy the goods themselves. And this is costing the U.S. So in those areas, China has to react. It cannot, take the political risk that the U.S. is going to flip the switch on and off when it wants. But there are also practical applications. When you talk about drones, the China private maker of drones is the leading drone maker in the world, and this makes a huge difference, especially in something like agriculture. Now you can have active monitoring of your fields, real-time crop estimates in terms of what will be needed in terms of water, fertilizer, and also yields. Very, very important to stop these boom and bust cycles that you have with, we were talking about chickens and pigs and wheat and corn. Instead of that, farmers can go on to an online database and literally see, if I plant today, what will be my expectation when the crop comes. And that'll be based on a national basis where people are able to take this huge amount of information and then do it. What does that do? It stabilizes incomes in rural areas because now they're not...
Exactly. As we're talking about this, the main event of this afternoon is coming up. And for more on that, let's cross live to our reporter Cao Bing in a media center. She's been following this very closely. Hello, Cao Bing. Remind us of the key items on the agenda for the upcoming event this afternoon.
Yes, Pandan, we are already halfway through this year's 2 sessions. And up next, the agenda is the second plenary session of this year's National People's Congress, and deputies of the NPC are gathering at the Great Hall of the People to listen to Li Zhanshu, the chairman of the Standing Committee of the National People's Congress, to deliver a work report which will cover the review of the work of the past year and also the planning for 2021. To better understand the work report, we need to know a little bit more about the role of the Standing Committee of the National People's Congress. It is a permanent body of NPC, and the major responsibility will cover like judicial interpretation as well as making and supervising laws. So what to expect in this afternoon's work report? Actually, members of the Standing Committee have already discussed the contents of the work report. We may get some clues from that. The members say the Standing Committee have successfully implemented the Constitution and improved the legal system. So what's in specific it's about that? And also the members say the Standing Committee has accelerated legislation as well as made rapid progress in key areas. So how rapid the progress is and what areas are they? And lastly, how effectively and how well has the Standing Committee managed to exercise its supervisory power? So these are the 3 points that we may pay attention to in this afternoon's work report. And apart from that, the work report will also include the planning for 2021. As this year is especially important as it is the beginning of the 14th five-year plan, it also marks the 100th anniversary of China's founding of Chinese Communist Party. So it's really worth keeping an eye on that to see is there any new plans coming out or promoting new laws. Also on the agenda is the work report from the Supreme People's Court and the Supreme People's Procuratorate. So these 3 documents will be reviewed over the second half of this year's National People's Congress. So the meeting is going to take place. It's going to start in just a matter of minutes. So it's really high time for us to turn our attention to the Great Hall of the People. Pandeng.
Thank you very much, our reporter Cao Bing in Beijing. Now, let's talk to our studio guest for more insight. How about this, gentlemen? So the work report will be delivered by Chairman Li Zhanshu, will be mainly focused on China's legislative agenda and the actual work in the year 2020. Let me ask you about one item that impressed you the most last year. Let me start with you, Dr. Gao.
Well, I think last year one landmark enactment of law is the national security law for Hong Kong, which is really of global repercussions. Certain Western countries are highly critical. They condemn this legislation. But the people in Hong Kong benefit from that. Why? Because it makes sure that stability and rule of law will prevail in Hong Kong, and people no longer worry about anarchy and violence, arson, for example. And
right. So, what about you, Mr. Tengen?
Civil code. Bringing together all of the aspects of the society, going through a complete rewrite of all the laws, harmonizing them into a system where those who abide by the rules will benefit and those who break them will not. And I think this is a landmark part of what China has done, and something other countries should be looking at, because there's, you look in England, they have anachronistic laws that go back ages. No one has bothered to even change them. I think it would be a huge benefit for all countries to review their laws periodically to make sure that they're accomplishing the contract that the government has with the people.
So earlier we mentioned a pandemic. What do you make of China's legislative efforts in that particular regard, public health, Dr. Gao?
Well, first of all, in the fight against pandemic in China, China cannot win this fight without, for example, innovation and the widespread use of 4G and 5G network and smartphones. And China's breakthrough is very much based on innovation as well as a revolutionary mindset, how to balance the individual rights with their responsibilities. Now, rights without responsibilities will not work, especially for a country with such a large population in China. And if you only focus on your rights to the negligence of your responsibilities, then you cannot really have real democracy or human rights. So at any given time, especially in a crisis mode, when a pandemic hits, how do you balance and recalibrate rights versus responsibilities is a crucial thing. Now, the NPC throughout last year, not only at the national level, but also at provincial and local level, enacted lots of new laws and regulations to enable the fight against the pandemic, especially, for example, in terms of setting up testing, tracing, for example. On a personal level, I do not want to be inconvenienced with all the taking of my personal temperature, but I know now for sure that this is absolutely the necessary thing. I need to sacrifice a little bit of my personal freedom for the greater good of the whole society. And I think NPC in this regard has been doing a wonderful job for 2020, and I think there is a lot of expectation that this time, at this particular session, there will be more fine-tuning of the rules and regulations and laws which will enable China as a society as a whole to be more effective and more constructive in the fight against pandemic. And this sets China in sharp contrast with some of the Western countries, because they cannot figure out how to balance this rights versus responsibilities.
Right, so the session is about to start. Let's see how will those issues mentioned by you gentlemen will be addressed in that report. You're watching live footage from the Great Hall of the People in Beijing. The second plenary meeting of this year's MPC session is about to start. This is live footage from the Great Hall of the People. And the second plenary meeting of the MPC session this year is about to start. Chinese President Xi Jinping, along with China's top leadership, is now entering the meeting venue. You're watching live footage from the Great Hall of the People. And one major item on this afternoon's agenda at the MPC plenary meeting is a work report delivered by the MPC Standing Committee Chairman, Mr. Li Zhanshu. Also China's Supreme People's Court and the Supreme People's Procuratorate will deliver their work reports for last year. And you're watching live footage from the Great Hall of the People. This is the second plenary meeting of this year's MPC session. On agenda this afternoon, the chairman of the MPC Standing Committee, Mr. Li Zhanshu, is going to deliver a work report, and it's about to start very soon.
Fellow deputies, today is International Women's Day, and in the name of the presidency of this meeting, I would love to extend our congratulations to all the women workers and deputies present and women of China and abroad. Best wishes to you all. Fellow deputies, in today's plenary meeting, the quorum is 2,953, actual attendance is 2,895, 58 are absent, and the number of attendance is up to the standard. So now, let's begin this meeting. And there are 3 items on the agenda of today's second plenary meeting. The first one goes to deliberating the Standing Committee's work report of the NPC. And now let's invite the chairman of Standing Committee, Li Zhanshu, to deliver the work report.
Fellow deputies, on behalf of the Standing Committee of the 13th National People's Congress, I now present this report for your deliberation. The year 2020 was extraordinary in the history of People's Republic of China. The Central Committee of the Communist Party of China, with Comrade Xi Jinping at its core, responded to risks and challenges the world has rarely seen in a long time, and we have delivered a result that is recognized by the people and by the world. New achievements have been made in the building of the country, and these achievements encourage all of us that we need to further engage in the socialist modernization drive of China. Confronted with a complicated international landscape and challenging tasks of pursuing reform and development and ensuring stability at home, the NPC Standing Committee, under the strong leadership of the CPC Central Committee with Comrade Xi Jinping at its core, continued to follow the guidance of Xi Jinping's thought on socialism with Chinese characteristics for a new era, thoroughly implemented Xi Jinping's thinking on the rule of law, and fulfilled its duties and responsibilities. The Standing Committee took active steps to provide legal support for advancing major work plans. Over the course of the 10 months since the third session of the 13th NPC, the Standing Committee has exercised its powers of enacting laws, conducting oversight, making decisions, and appointing and removing officials. In total, we have deliberated 35 reports, and 13 existing laws have been approved. We also deliberated on 35 reports, and we also reviewed 6 laws, and we decided to ratify or enter into 7 treaties with foreign countries. We reviewed and passed 39 bills covering a total of 259 appointments of State Department employees. The most prominent feature of the Standing Committee is that we focus on the major CPC Central Committee's decisions and plans, on the people's expectations for the rule of law in their pursuit of a better life, and on the legal requisites for modernizing China's systems and capacity for governance, in an effort to strengthen legislation and legal oversight to ensure that all aspects of our work concentrate more on the central task of economic development and the overall interest of the people and the country. For example, we strengthened the legal framework for wildlife protection. We issued a prompt decision to completely ban the illegal trade and consumption of wild animals. And we also focused on poverty alleviation and focused on agriculture-related efforts. Using the weapon of law, we improved business environment. All this are providing legal support to high-quality development of the country. All these efforts are in line with the requirements of the CPC Central Committee and the central government, and we are responding to the new expectations of the people. And we are also providing legal support and guarantee to the construction of the country in a new era. First, we strengthened the implementation of the Constitution and oversight of the constitutional compliance. Ensuring the full implementation of the Constitution is the most important task as we move forward. We improved the law relating to the Constitution. We also improved the NPC organic law, and over the past 30 years, since the law was enacted, it was amended for the first time. We also work to ensure constitutional order and the rule of law in the Hong Kong SAR. The disturbances that occurred in Hong Kong in 2019 over the proposed revisions to the extradition bill had a severe impact on the rule of law and public order. Last June, we conducted 2 meetings and reviewed the National Security Bill of Hong Kong SAR. In August and November last year, we passed the decision to add to this law. In this meeting, we are going to adopt a decision for improving the electoral system of Hong Kong SAR. The National People's Congress will stand firm in safeguarding China's sovereignty, security, and development interest in accordance with the law. And we will continue to perform our legally mandated duties and provide legal safeguards for ensuring constitutional order in Hong Kong, countering the force seeking Hong Kong independence, ensuring that those who love our country can administer Hong Kong. We promoted the spirits of the Constitution. According to the decision and plan of the CPC Central Committee, we made a decision to award some of the heroes, and followed by President Xi Jinping's signing of presidential order, we award Zhong Nanshan the Medal of the Public, and awarded Zhang Boli and Zhang Dingyu and Chen Wei the national honorary title of People's Hero. In 2020, we have received 1,310 pieces of legislation.
These included administrative regulations, local statutes, autonomous regulations, and so on. And we have also identified 3,378 normative documents in need of revision on repeal, and also a total of 5,146 suggestions for review from citizens and organizations. Second, centering on the overall work of the party and the country, we strengthened legislation in key areas. In this new era of socialism with Chinese characteristics, in response to the profound and complex changes in the international landscape and the rapid development of the cause of the party and the country, our legislative work moved into a new stage of accelerated development, marked by a large volume of expedited and higher standard legislation that covers a wide range of areas. We strengthened the enactment and revision of public health laws. We focused on developing a better coordinated and interconnected legal system and sped up the enactment and revision of laws to strengthen the rule of law with regard to public health, and we will have completed a further 11 objectives, including the wildlife protection law, practicing physicians law, and the law on the prevention and control of infectious disease. And to improve legal awareness and greater compliance, we work to ensure that the release of information on COVID-19, allocation of emergency supplies, handling of social issues and disputes, maintenance of order in the market, and others are all carried out in accordance with the law. We also accelerated legislation on national security, including the biosecurity law, the export control law, maritime traffic safety law, and the draft of data security law, the draft of a personal information protection law, as these laws cover economic security, resource security, nuclear security, and so on. We carried out our legislative work to promote high-quality development and high-standard opening up. We formulated the law on urban maintenance and development tax and the deed transfer tax law, revised the patent law and copyright law, and deliberated the drafts of a rural revitalization promotion law, a stamp duty law, and a Hainan free trade port law. We made decisions on establishing an IPR court in the Hainan free trade port and a financial court in Beijing. We also speed up social development and social governance legislation. We passed Amendment 11 to the criminal law, revised the law on the protection of minors, the law on preventing juvenile delinquency, and the administrative penalty law, and deliberated the drafts of a food waste law, an anti-organized crime law, a legal aid law, and a family education law, along with the draft revisions to the education law. For example, Criminal Law Amendment 11 is a revision to the criminal law that has drawn the greatest public attention in recent years. We made additions or revisions to 47 articles and covers workplace safety, food and drugs, order in the financial sector, the business environment, public health, biosafety, biosecurity, and other areas. The draft food waste law also carries forward the traditional Chinese virtues and calls for socially conscious, healthy, rational, and eco-friendly modes of consumer spending. We continue to improve ecological and environmental protection law. We continue to champion integrated innovation in our ecological and environmental protection laws. And the NPC Standing Committee has formulated or revised 12 laws, such as the Yangtze River Protection Law, the Law on Prevention and Control of Soil Pollution, and the Law on the Prevention and Control of Environmental Pollution by Solid Waste. The Yangtze River Protection Law was passed in December 2020. It was the first specialized law covering the whole river basin. This law took about 1 year for the full deliberation, and the Standing Committee also convened a symposium on its implementation in a timely fashion. By resorting to the force of law, we promoted that the Yangtze Economic Belt becomes a key model to benefit the people at large. We worked effectively to implement the Civil Code. Third, we conducted oversight of legal compliance and work performance in accordance with the law, thus providing support through oversight. We worked to ensure that our legally prescribed duties were carried out within the statutory limits. We advanced implementation of the Constitution and law, and we strengthened the examination and oversight of the plans, budgets, and final accounts of the government. We examined and approved the central government's final accounts for 2019, and we heard and deliberated a report on the rectification of problems discovered through auditing and conducted special inquiries. We carried out research projects on preferential tax and fee policies and on tax and fee reduction policies for epidemic control. We advanced the reform for expanding the focus of budget examination and oversight. We also listened out to the State Council's decision on public securities law enforcement. And we fulfilled our duty of overseeing the management of state-owned assets. We tried to guarantee the sustainable development of our economy and society.
We also listened to the medium reports on reforms of enterprise innovations, and we also listened to the report of the Supreme People's Procuratorate on some other laws, and we have strengthened the fulfillment of laws and strengthened our punishment on illegal trade and on protection of wild animals, and the law on protection of soils and punishment of agriculture soil pollution, and also the law on anti-unfair competition. We focused on delivering blue sky, lucid water, and clean soil, and for 3 consecutive years we have fulfilled the implementation of the law on protection agriculture soil, and the charity law, and the law on provision of public cultural services, and we have planted at the bottom of people's heart the idea of observing to these laws, and in so doing we are collecting the legal power in building a beautiful China. Fourth, we upheld the principal position of deputies and supported and assisted them in the law-based performance of their duties. Since the 3rd session of the 13th National People's Congress, we have reviewed all the proposals submitted by deputies, and a total of 9,180 suggestions made by deputies were referred to 194 organizations for handling. The more than 400 suggestions which were raised by deputies were handed over to 98 organizations for examination and handling. We improved the mechanism for coordinating the handling of proposals and suggestions raised by our deputies. We also maintained close contact with deputies. We invited more than 500 deputies to engage in law enforcement supervision. We also fostered close ties between deputies and the people according to the general arrangement of the Standing Committee. More than 1,800 deputies have participated in surveys and investigations, and we also strengthened the capacity of deputies in performing their duties, and the deputies are more aware in serving the people with their duties and responsibilities. We improved deputies' ability to perform their duties, and we also improved the handling of public complaints. In amending some of the laws, we are responding to the cause of the society.
Fifth, we effectively leverage the NPC's function and role in foreign relations in the service of the country's overall diplomatic work. And we focus on the main task of implementing consensus reached at the head of state level. We held 46 bilateral events at various levels via video link and attended 26 video conferences, made 15 phone calls, carried out 27 offline foreign affairs activities, and exchanged nearly 600 diplomatic letters. We stepped up friendly bilateral exchanges. We held the 6th meeting of the China-Russia Parliamentary Cooperation Committee and the 11th meeting of the China-France Parliamentary Cooperation Committee. We conducted exchanges with the state great hero of Mongolia. We also promoted multilateral exchange. We firmly safeguard multilateralism and the international system with United Nations as the core to safeguard the international order, abiding by the international law. We also try to emphasize the Chinese pathway and the Chinese system. We work to increase the international community's understanding of China's path and system, and we stood firm in protecting our national interests. We leveraged the role of spokesperson mechanisms in the NPC Standing Committee, the NPC Foreign Affairs Committee, and so on. The NPC belongs to the people. Under any circumstance and at any time, once needed by the party and the people, NPC will not hesitate to stand in the interest of our law, our diplomacy, so as to do our duties to the people. 6. We work to strengthen the Standing Committee's capacity to perform its functions through constant self-improvement. We hope to honor the rule of law, to promote democracy, to serve the people, and to function efficiently. So we will improve ourselves in all respects so that we can maintain a close contact with the people on behalf of the people, and we improved ourselves theoretically and politically. We raise awareness of the need to stay true to the party's founding mission and organized a thorough study of the third volume of Xi Jinping, The Governance of China, and we held the 26th local legislative workshop to study the legal ideologies and thoughts of Xi Jinping. We communicated and studied important speeches made by General Secretary Xi Jinping on many occasions, including the thinking on the rule of law. We also aim to refine the Standing Committee's operating mechanisms by giving play to the special committees. We convened 152 such sessions to efficiently complete legislation, supervision, and other tasks. We coordinate the promotion of NPC's work to tell a good Chinese story and a good story of NPC stories of the deputy members. So, fellow deputies, the achievements made by the Standing Committee of NPC lies in abiding by the strong leadership of CPC Central Committee with Xi Jinping as the core and socialism with Chinese characteristics in this new era, so that the deputies of the Standing Committee of NPC, the different special committees, and the organs of special committees could honor their commitments and take solid steps. It also lies in the State Council, the National Supervision Committee, the Supreme People's Court, Supreme People's Procuratorate, and different local People's Congress efforts. It is also thanks to the participation of people of all ethnicities. So hereby, on behalf of the Standing Committee of NPC, I want to pay my sincere thanks.